Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and today we're going to be doing a lot of things because it is the Monday after the weekend, and we have a lot to catch up with. As far as TryHackMe Advent of Cyber is concerned, we've got the next 3 days to cover in today's stream, and as well, we're going to try to make some time to fit in some walkthroughs. And today's walkthrough is going to be for the VulNyx machine, Basic over here. It's a Linux machine. And we're going to be going through that machine and illustrating how to run through that. And we're also going to be doing a free hacking exercise, which is an exercise that we haven't looked at before. And that's going to be against the HackMyVM.eu machine Always. This machine is a Windows machine, and of course, we do not have as much experience hacking Windows as we do Linux, so we're going to be honing our Windows hacking skills, so please watch out for that. That's going to be at the end of today's stream. It's probably going to start in around 2 hours or so, or maybe 2.5 hours, depending on how long it takes to do the TryHackMe exercises. So in any case, we're going to start with TryHackMe then. We have a lot of days to go through. We're going to through the first 2 days that we haven't done together. So it's going to be day 7 and day 8. So let's get started. This is a guided walkthrough for the Advent of Cyber 2024 event on TryHackMe. And this is day 7, otherwise known as task 13. And the theme of today's task is AWS log analysis. Let's make the text a little bit bigger on the screen so that we don't have to strain ourselves reading it. Okay, maybe a little smaller. Okay. So the text reads here, as SOCMUS approached, so did the need to provide those without with something to read. Care for wares tried to make it their mission, a gift for all wares, a SOCMUS tradition. Although they had some, they still needed more. To pick up some books, they'd head to the store. The town's favorite books, with no doubt make them jolly. They ticked off the list as they filled up the trolley. With the last book ticked off, the shopping was done. When asked for their card, the ware handed them one. I'm sorry, he said, as the shop clerk reclined. I can't sell you these books as your card has declined. The ware had put them back. As they walk in confusion, how could this be? An attack? An intrusion? And when they logged on, the ware got a scare. To find the donations, they just weren't there. Okay, so today's theme is monitoring in an AWS environment. Care for Ware's infrastructure runs in the cloud, so they chose AWS as their cloud service provider, also known as a CSP. Instead of their workloads running on physical machines on premises, they run on virtualized instances in the cloud. These instances are in AWS, called EC2 instances. And that stands for Amazon Elastic Cloud Compute Cloud. A few members of the Wareville SOC aren't used to log analysis on the cloud, and with a change of environment comes the change of tools and services needed to perform their duties. Their duties this time are to help Care for Wares figure out what happened to their charity's funds. To do so, they will need to learn about an AWS service called CloudWatch. AWS CloudWatch is a monitoring and observability platform that gives us greater insight into our AWS environment by monitoring applications at multiple levels. CloudWatch provides functionalities such as monitoring of the system and application metrics and configuration of alarms on those metrics for the purposes of today's investigation. Though we want to focus specifically on CloudWatch logs. Running an application in the cloud environment can mean leveraging a lot of different services. For example, a service running in an application, a service running functions triggered by that application, a service running the application backend, etc. This translates to logs being generated from a lot of different sources. CloudWatch logs make it easy for users to access, monitor, and store logs from all these various sources. A CloudWatch agent must be installed in the appropriate instance for the application and system metrics to be captured. A key feature of CloudWatch logs that will help the Wareville SOC squad and us make sense of what happened in their environment is the ability to query application logs using filter patterns. Here are some CloudWatch terms you should know before going further. Okay, so there's event logs. A log event is a single log entry recording an application event. These will be timestamped and packaged with log messages and metadata. Log streams. Log streams are collections of log events from a single source. And log groups. Log groups are collections of log streams. Log streams are collected into a log group when logically it makes sense. For example, if the same service is running across multiple hosts. CloudTrail. CloudWatch can track infrastructure and application performance, but what if you wanted to monitor actions in your AWS environment? These would be tracked using another service called AWS CloudTrail. Actions can be taken by a user, a role granted to a user giving them certain permissions, or an AWS service and are recorded as events in AWS CloudTrail. Essentially, any action that the user takes via the Management Console or AWS CLI or service will be captured and stored. Some of the features of CloudTrail include Always On. CloudTrail is enabled by default for all users. JSON formatted. All event types captured by a CloudTrail will be in the CloudTrail JSON format. Event history. When users access CloudTrail, they will see an option Event History. Event history is a record of the actions that have taken place in the last 90 days. These records are queryable and can be filtered on attributes such as resource type. Trails. The above-mentioned event history can be thought of as the default trail, included out of the box. However, users can define custom trails to capture specific actions, which is useful if you have some bespoke monitoring scenarios that you want to capture and store beyond the 90-day event history retention period. Deliverable. As mentioned, CloudWatch can be used to access single points for logs generated from various sources. CloudTrail is no different and has an optional feature enabling CloudTrail logs to be delivered to CloudWatch. As mentioned, CloudTrail helps capture and record actions taken. These actions could be interactions with any number of AWS services. For example, services like S3, Amazon's simple storage service used for object storage, and AIM, AWS's Identity and Access Management Service, can be used to secure access to your AWS environment with the creation of identities and assigning of access permissions to those identities. Will have actions taken within their service recorded. These recorded events can be very helpful when performing an investigation. Intro to JQ. What is JQ? Earlier, it was mentioned that CloudTrail logs were JSON formatted. When ingested in large volumes, this machine-readable format can be tricky to extract meaning from, especially in the context of log analysis. The need then arises for something to help us transform and filter JSON data into meaningful data that we can understand and use to gain security insights. This is exactly what JQ is and does. Similar to command line tools such as sed, awk, and grep, JQ is a lightweight and flexible command line processor that can be used on JSON. Asadox says, "What's up? What's up, Asadox? Nice to see you here." We're just going through the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber rooms that we haven't done yet. We're starting with day number 7, and if you want to join in, you can go ahead and go over to this link. Nice to see you here in the chat, and feel free to keep chatting. I'm going to be making YouTube videos out of these walkthroughs, but I don't mind. I don't mind chatting with people. I'm here to chat and help and answer questions. Okay, so how can it be used? Now let's take a look at how we use JQ to transform and filter JSON data. The wares being the wares, they stored their shopping list from the trip to the bookstore in JSON format. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so we've got a bunch of books with key value pairs over here. So book title, genre, page count, as well as the relevant values over here for various books. JQ takes two inputs, the filter you want to use, followed by the input file. We start our JQ filter with a dot, which tells JQ we're accessing the current input. From there, we want to access the array of values stored in our JSON with the brackets. Making our filter with a dot bracket, for example, let's run the following command. So JQ dot bracket booklist.json. The command would result in this output. So I think this is basically retrieving all the information from this JSON file. So we've got the entries for all the various books that are formatted in the JSON format here. Once we've accessed the array, we can grab elements from that array by going one step deeper. For example, we can run this JQ command. So we've got over here the same kind of command as before, only we're only getting the book titles because we're piping this command into .book title, which only returns that key. Okay, so if we wanted to view all book titles contained within the JSON file, this would return a nicely formatted output like this. So this is just all of the book titles from the file. That's a lot nicer to look at, isn't it? It gives you an idea of what JQ is and what it does. Of course, JQ can filter and transform JSON data in many additional ways. In our upcoming investigation, we'll see the tool in action. The peculiar case of Care4Ware's dry funds. Now that we have refreshed our knowledge of AWS CrowdTrail and JQ alongside McSkitty, let's investigate the peculiar case of Care4Ware's dry funds. The responsible where for the Care4Ware's charity drive gave us the following info regarding this incident. We sent out a link on the 28th of November to everybody in our network that points to a flyer with details of our charity. The details include the account number to receive donations. We received many donations the first day after sending out the link, but there were none from the second day on. I talked to multiple people who claimed to have donated a respectable sum. One showed his transaction, and I noticed that the account number was wrong. I checked the link, and it was still the same. I opened the link, and the digital flyer was the same except for the account number. McSkitty recalls putting the digital flyer, Wareville Banking Account QR PNG, in an Amazon AWS S3 bucket named Wareville Care4Wares. Let's assist McSkitty and start by finding out more info about that link. Before that, let's review the information that we currently have to start the investigation. The day after the link was sent out, several donations were received. Since the second day after sending the link, no more donations have been received. A donator has shown proof of his transaction. It was made 3 days after he received the link. The account number in the transaction was not correct. McSkitty put the digital flyer in the AWS S3 object named Wareville Bank Account QR.png under the bucket Wareville Care4Wares. The link has not been altered. Okay, so now we have some connection details about how to finish this room. So let's start the virtual machines. The first thing we need to do is we need to click on the Start Machine button over here. So go ahead and click that. And the virtual machine associated with this room should start up in about 2 minutes or so. So while we're waiting for the machine to start up, let's go over a couple more details about what we're supposed to do in this room. Okay, Glitch did it. Let's examine the CloudTrail logs related to the Wareville Care4Wares S3 bucket. For a quick example, a typical S3 log entry looks like this. So we've got a bunch of different information about the interaction between the user and the S3 bucket over here. So we've got stuff like user identity, and we've got username. So just a lot of different information, including stuff like the IP address from that was recorded, as well as the bucket name that was accessed, and a lot of other data as well. Okay, so it might be overwhelming to see the sheer amount of information in one event, but there are some elements that we can focus on for our investigation. So we've got user identity, details about the user account that acted on the object, event time, when did the action occur, event type, what type of event occurred, for example, an AWS API call, or AWS console sign-in, AWS service event, the event source, from what service was the event logged, the event name, what specific action occurred, for example, list objects or get object bucket, or get bucket object rather, the source IP address, from what IP did the action happen, the user agent, what user agent was used to perform the action, for example, Firefox or AWS CLI, and the request parameters, what parameters were involved in the action, for example, the bucket name. By using the guide above, we can read the example log entry as follows. The IAM user, Whereville collector, listed all objects, list objects event, of the S3 bucket named AOC CloudTrail Whereville. The IP address from which this request originated is this IP address over here. The user agent indicates that the request was made using the AWS SDK tool for Go. Now that we know where to look, let's use JQ to filter the log for events related to the Whereville Bank account QR.png S3 object. The goal is to use the same elements to filter the log using JQ and format the results into a table to make it more readable. According to McSkitty, the logs are stored in Home Whereville Logs directory. To start, click on the terminal icon on the desktop and enter the two commands below. Okay, so we need, in our virtual machine over here, we're going to open up the terminal, and we're going to do that by clicking on this button over here, and that's going to open up a terminal. So our terminal is open now, so we're going to move over into the Whereville Logs directory with this command over here. It's going to be cd space Whereville Logs. Okay, and then hit enter. And then we're going to list out the contents of the directory by using the ls command. So it's ls, enter. And we see here that there are two files, CloudTrail_log.json and rds.log. With the commands above, we've initially changed our current directory into the directory McSkitty mentioned by the cd command, and we listed the directory's contents using the ls command. As you can see, there are two files inside of it, but we will focus on the CloudTrail.log.json for this investigation. Now let's start investigating the CloudTrail logs by executing the command below. Okay, so this is a bit of a doozy of a command, but let's copy the entire command here. And then let's see if we can just paste it. Okay, so we cannot just paste it, so we need to click on this button over here to hide the control bar for the attack for this machine. So after we do that, we click on this button over here to open up the clipboard, and in the clipboard we need to paste in our command that we copied from over here. After that, click on this button to hide the control bar, and then in the terminal, paste in using the Control-Shift-V command. Okay, and after that, we can then execute this command. Okay, so this is going to return a bunch of this log data based on some parameters that we set. Okay, so let's do a quick breakdown of Okay, so this is a bit inconvenient. I think I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. Ooh, okay. And make this a little bit smaller than that, just so that I can read all of the stuff on the page. A little bit smaller. Okay, I think we can read this okay now. So this part of the command over here, filter is going to, the R flag is going to tell JQ to output the results in raw format instead of JSON. Note that the filter section is enclosed with single quotes. The last part of the command accepts the input file, which is CloudTrail.log.json. Okay, the next part of the command is the .records. It instructs JQ to parse the events in the records container element. The records field is the top element in the JSON formatted CloudTrail log. The next section over here is going to be select event source, s3.amazonaws.com, and request parameters bucket name equals whereville care for wheres. All right, so using the previous command's output, the filters on the event source and the request parameters dot bucket name key, and the value s3.amazonaws.com is used to filter events related to the Amazon AWS S3 service, and the value whereville care for wheres is used to filter events related to the target S3 bucket. Okay, so it's going to make this a little bit bigger so that we can see the info a little more clearly. Okay. As you can see in the command output, we were able to trim down the results since all the entries are from S3. However, it is still a bit overwhelming since all the fields are included in the output. Let's refine the output by selecting the significant fields. Execute the following commands below. Okay, so we have another command that we need to paste into the terminal here. So we're just going to paste in everything from JQ until CloudTrail.log, CloudTrail_log.json, copy that, and then go over to the control bar here. In the clipboard, select everything there and delete it, and then paste in the new command, and then close out the control bar, and then let's paste in the command into the terminal here. I'm going to make this a little bigger. Okay, and then we're going to paste in the command. And then after that, we're going to run the command. Okay, but what did this do? As you can see, we have appended another pipe after our previous filter. Let's discuss it quickly. So over here, this part of the command here, the piped filter uses the previous command's output and formats it to only include the defined keys, such as .eventtime, .eventname, and .useridentity, .username. The defined keys are enclosed with square brackets to process and create an array with specified fields from each record. Note that the string //NA inside the double quotes is included purely for formatting reasons. This means that if the defined key does not have a value, it will display NA instead. As you can see in the results, we could focus on the notable items, but our initial goal is to render the output in a table to make it easier to digest. Let's upgrade our command with additional parameters. Okay, so we have another command that we're supposed to run here. Okay, as usual, highlight everything from JQ until the end over here, copy it, and in the control panel, everything inside the clipboard, clear that, and then paste in the new command, and then close out the clipboard. Okay, so let's run this command. So paste in the command, and then hit enter. Okay, so this is a lot easier. There's a lot less information here now. Okay. You may observe that we have added the following items to our command. So we've got this part over here, and it says the new command prepends a column header row, and it is defined using square brackets since it is an array that corresponds to the selected fields. Note that the comma is used before the select filter to combine with those of the select filter results we previously used. This next portion over here sets each array element, the output processed after the filters, as a line of tab-separated values. And the last part over here, it takes the output of the JQ command, now resulting in tab-separated values, and beautifies its result by processing all tabs and aligning the columns. Okay, so let's see. Okay. So the next part is, our crafted command lets us summarize S3 activities from a CloudTrail log. Now that we have crafted a jQuery query that provides a well-defined output, let's look at the results and observe the events. Based on the columns, we can answer the following questions and build our assumptions. How many log entries are related to the whereville care for wheres bucket? Which user initiated most of these log entries? Which actions did the user perform based on the event name field? Were there any specified files edited? What is the timestamp of the log entries? What is the source IP related to these log entries? Looking at the results, 5 logs seem to be related to the Whereville Care for Wares bucket, and almost all are related to the user glitch. Aside from the listings, the objects inside the bucket, the most notable detail is that the user glitch uploaded the file Whereville Bank Account QR.png on November 28th. This seems to coincide with the information that we received about no donations being made 2 days after the link was sent out. McSkitty is sure there was no user glitch in the system before. There is no one in the City Hall with that name either. The only person that McSkitty knows with that name is the hacker who keeps to himself. McSkitty suggests that we look into this anomalous user. McSkitty fooled us. McSkitty wants to know what this anomalous user account has been used for, when it was created, and who created it. Enter the following command to see all of the events related to the anomalous user. We can focus our analysis on the following questions. What event types are included in these log entries? What is the timestamp of these log entries? Which IPs are included in these log entries? And what tool/OS was used in these log entries? Okay, so we've got a new command over here. So as usual, we're just going to highlight it and copy it. Then in the control panel, we're going to paste it into the clipboard, and then we're going to run the command. Okay, let's make this a little smaller so that we can see some more of the columns. And let's run the command again. Okay. The results show that the user glitch targeted the S3 bucket. The most notable event is the console login entry, which tells us that the account was used to access AWS Management Console using a browser. We still need information about which tool and OS were used in the requests. Let's view the user agent value related to these events using the following command. Okay, so there's a new command over here. Copy it. Then paste it into the clipboard. And let's run the command. There are 2 user agent values included in all log entries related to the glitch user. Okay, so this is the user agent right here. So we're talking about a Mozilla. So I think this is Firefox, and it is from a Macintosh with an Intel chip, Mac OS 10. Okay, and there is also this over here. So there's S3 console. I guess this is the some sort of CLI interface, and it was accessed using some sort of, it looks like some sort of Android device over here from Linux. Okay. So an experienced attacker can forge these values, but we should not dismiss this information. It can be valuable when comparing different log entries for the same user. We will park the current information for now. Let's gather more information to connect the dots. The next interesting event to look for is who created the anomalous user account. We can filter for all IAM related events, and this can be done using the select filter .event source equals IAM AmazonaWS.com. Let's execute the command below and answer the following questions. What event names are included in the log entries? What user executed these events? And what is this user's IP? Okay, so we've got the command right here. We're going to copy it. And as usual, we're going to paste it into the clipboard. And then we're going to run it in our terminal. Okay, so what are the questions? What event names are included in the log entries? We've got event names list policies, get policies, create login profile. This is kind of a unique one over here. And attach user policy is another unique one as well. And what user executed these events? These are all done by the McSkitty user over here. And what is this user's IP? So we can see their IP over here, and it kind of bleeds over into the next column over here. So it looks like the IP is all the same IP across these logs over here. All right. So based on these results, there are many list policy events. By ignoring these events, it seems the most significant IAM activity is used about the user McSkitty invoking the create user action and consequently invoking the attach user policy action. The source IP where the requests were made is this IP right here. Remember that this is the same IP the anomalous user glitch used. Let's have a more detailed look at the events related to the create user account, create user action by executing the command below. Okay, so we've got this command. Let's copy it, paste it in, and then run the command. Based on the request parameters in the output, it can be seen that the user McSkitty was the person who created the anomalous account. Okay, so we're looking at the request parameters, and request parameters is username glitch. Am I missing something here? Now we need to know what permissions the anomalous user has. It could be devastating if it has access to our whole environment. We need to filter for the attach user policy event to uncover the permissions set for the newly created user. This event applies access policies to users, defining the extent of access for the account. Let's filter for the specified event by executing this command below. Okay, so this command right here. Clear this, paste it in, run the command. Okay. So I think what we're looking for is this right here. So policy ARN is equal to administrator access. So McSkitty is baffled by these results. She knows that she did not create the anomalous user and did not assign the privileged access. She also doesn't recognize the IP address involved in the event and does not use a Mac OS. She only uses a Windows machine. All this information is different to the typical IP address and machine used by McSkitty. So she wants to prove her innocence and asks to continue the investigation. Logs don't lie. McSkitty suggests looking closely at the IP address and operating system related to all the anomalous events. Let's use the following command below to continue with our investigation. Okay, so let's run this command. Okay, so it looks like, based on the command output, 3 user accounts, McSkitty, Glitch, and Mayor Malware, were accessed from the same IP address. So the IP address across all of these logs are the same, but they're associated with different users, such as McSkitty, Glitch, and Mayor Malware over here. The next step is to check each user and to see if they always work from that IP. Let's focus on each user and see if they've always worked from that IP. Enter the command below and replace the placeholder with the username. Okay, so we're going to run this command a few times, and we're going to be changing it out each time we run it. So let's copy the command over. Let's clear this, and let's run the command. So we need to change out this placeholder over here. Whoops. So I guess we need to manually, is it Alt? Okay. So Alt lets us move up a little bit faster when we're using the arrow keys. All right. So placeholder over here, we're going to replace placeholder with the first user, and the first user is going to be glitch. Okay, and glitch after that, let's run this command. So we need to take a look at what IP address they're usually associated with. And in this case, it is 53 and then 69 at the end. Okay. And then we're going to replace the next one with McSkitty. Okay, so we replace glitch with McSkitty. And McSkitty is associated with two different IP addresses. There's 53 and 69 over here, as well as 31 and 79 over here. So there are two different IP addresses associated with McSkitty. And the last one we're going to check is the one for Mayor malware. So let's move into the name here, and the name is going to be Mayor_malware. Okay, run this command. And we see that Mayor malware is always associated with this 53 and 69 IP address. Okay. So while gathering the information for each user, we can focus our investigation on the following questions. Which IP address does each user typically use to log into AWS? Which OS and browser does each user typically use? And are there any similarities or explicit differences between the IP address and the operating systems used? Okay, so for example, we've got Mayor malware over here, and Mayor malware is always using a Macintosh. So every time they're using a Macintosh, and if we look up over here, this is the McSkitty user, and the McSkitty user is using a Windows 10 machine, except that when they access using this IP address, they're using a Macintosh. So it could be that Mayor malware is impersonating McSkitty, and let's take a look at the glitch user. So the glitch user, I think, is up here, and the glitch user is using a Macintosh as well. So there might be a correlation between McSkitty and Mayor malware because they're both using Macintosh. Okay, let's go back down to the bottom. So based on the results, we have proven that McSkitty used a different IP address before the unusual authentication was discovered. Moreover, all evidence seems to point towards another user after correlating the IP address and user agent used by that user. Who do you think it could be? McSkitty has processed all the investigation results and has summarized them below. The incident starts with the anomalous login with the user account McSkitty from this IP right over here, 53 ending in 69. Shortly after the login, an anomalous user account glitch was created. Then the glitch user account was assigned administrator permissions, and then the glitch user accessed the S3 bucket named Wareville Care for Wares and replaced the Wareville bank account QR.png file with a new one. The IP address and user agent used to log into glitch, McSkitty, and malware accounts were the same. The user agent string and source IP of the recurrent logins by the user account McSkitty are different. Definite evidence. McSkitty suggests gathering stronger proof that this person was behind the incident. Luckily, Wareville Bank cooperated with us and provided their database logs from their Amazon Relational Database Service, also known as RDS. They also mentioned that these are captured through their CloudWatch, which differs from the CloudTrail logs as they are not stored in JSON format. For now, let's take a look at the bank transactions stored in the RDS log file. Since the log entries are different from the logs we previously investigated, McSkitty provided some guidance on how to analyze them. According to her, we can use the following command to show all of the bank transactions. Note that grep is a Unix line utility used for searching strings within a file or input stream. Okay, so we're going to grep and we're going to look for insert pattern, this pattern in the rds.logs file. So let's do that. So we're going to grep for the insert pattern in the rds.log file. Okay, so all of these inserts are associated with this Mayor malware over here. And then we have a bank account number over here. Okay. From the command above, McSkitty explained that all insert queries into the RDS log pertained to who received the donations made by the townspeople. Given this, you can see in the output that 2 recipients of all donations made within November 28th, 2024. Okay, so we've got Mayor malware and the HackerFrogs fund. As shown above, the HackerFrogs fund received all the donations until it changed into a different account at a specific time. The logs also reveal who received the donations afterwards, given the account owner's name. With all these findings, McSkitty confirmed the assumptions made during the investigation of the S3 bucket, since the sudden change in bank details was reflected in the database logs. The timeline of events collected by McSkitty explains the connection of actions conducted by the culprit. Okay, so we've got timestamp, source, and event. So last donation received by the HackerFrogs fund was this timestamp here, and bank details updated on the S3 bucket happened at this time, and then first donation received by Mayor malware happened at this time over here. So to finish the room, we need to answer some questions. So the first question is, what is the other activity made by the user glitch aside from the list object action? So what we need to do is we need to use some certain commands, and I'm just going to explain what's going on with the commands as I run them. So let's clear, and then I'm going to paste in the command over here. So in this case, what we need to do is we need to search for the glitch user as well as the not the list object action over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to select the username, user identity username equals glitch over here. And the event name is not list object on this JSON file over here. And we're going to look for the event names. So this is only going to return event names. So when we run this, it only returns the event names associated with glitch. So we see here that there are a few different ones, but the answer that they want is this action right here, which is called put object. So let's use that as the first answer, put object, and submit that. Okay, so what is the source IP related to the S3 bucket activities of the user glitch? Okay, so the next one is going to be the same as the previous action, but we're going to be editing this a little bit. And we're going to edit this so that we don't have an and anymore. So we're just looking for activities associated with the username glitch here. And if we do this, we're going to get a lot of, okay, let's get rid of the grep event name as well. So we get a lot of information here, but we're specifically looking for the IP address. So what we're going to do is we're going to run that command, but we're going to grep for the word source, as in source IP. So we see here that the source IP address is 5394 209.69. So let's submit that IP address. So 53.94.201.69. 53.94.201.69. 53.94.204.69. Okay, let me take a look at okay, so let me try. Okay, so the command is, let me get rid of this. So we're going to search the records. We're going to get all of the username glitch, and then we're going to look for the source over here. So 53.94.201.69. Oh, I made a spelling a typo. Okay, so let's submit that. Okay, now it is correct. Great. Okay, next question. Based on the event source field, what AWS service generates the console login event? Okay, so for this question, we're going to be using this command over here. And that's going to be oh, okay. All right, so this is the command right here. So this is going to be looking for the event name, console login, and then we're going to look for event source inside of these logs. So if we do this, we see that the event source is signin.amazonaws.com. Okay, so let's provide that as the answer. Signin.amazonaws.com. Okay, so the next question is, when did the anomalous user trigger the console login event? So for that question, we're going to use this command over here. So what this command is, it's going to look in the event name, which is equal to console login, and user identity username equals glitch, which is the name of the anomalous user. And then we need to look at the time. So one of these is going to be the timestamp, and this is it over here, event time. So we just need to copy this and then go to our clipboard. In the clipboard, copy it again, and then go over to the TryHackMe page and paste it in, click on submit. Okay, next question. What was the name of the user that was created by the McSkitty user? So we know from the details above that it was glitch, so we can just answer glitch and click on submit. Okay, and what type of access was assigned to the anomalous user? So if we wanted to find out what access was given to this user, we can use this following command over here. Let's paste it in. Oh, sorry. Let's take a look. So we've got we're selecting the name equals McSkitty because we know that McSkitty created the glitch user, and we're going to be taking a look at the event name equal to attach user policy. So attach user policy is the event that gives permissions to users. And in this case, inside the policy ARN, they gave administrator access. So that's the answer. So administrator access, submit that. Okay. The question here is, which IP does malware typically use to log into AWS? So to find out what IP that malware uses, we can use this command over here. Okay, so first of all, we look for malware using .useridentity.username, malware, and then we're going to grep for the source IP over here. So when we do that, we say that the source IP for malware is always 53.94.201.69. So let's put that in as well. 53.94.201.69. Submit. And what is McSkitty's actual IP address? So we can get both of McSkitty's IP addresses with this command over here. So it's actually the same command that we ran previously, but we're replacing malware with glitch. So we just replace malware here with glitch, and then we see that all the IP addresses are over here, and we're looking for the IP address that wait, there was supposed to be another one. Okay, let me try this one more time. Let's copy this, and I'm going to copy the command again. Okay, and the command is this one right here. So we're looking for all of the logs associated with McSkitty over here, and then we grep source. Okay, I'm not too sure what happened there, but this is McSkitty's actual IP address, which is this one, which starts with 30 and ends with 79. So that is 31.210.15.79. Okay, so what is the bank account number owned by malware? So in this case, we're not actually looking at the we're looking at the other file that we looked at, and that is, we actually gave a command earlier to take a look at these details here, and it is grep insert rds.log. So let's run that command again. So grep insert rds.log. And we see here that malware's bank account is this one right here. I'm just going to copy it. And then we're going to copy it again in the clipboard. And we're going to provide this as the answer. So down here, paste in the number, click on submit, and then we're done. Okay, so we're actually done with this room now. The last question here, want to learn more about log analysis and how to interpret logs from different sources? Check out the log universe room over here. We just need to click on complete, and then we're finished with this entire day. All right, thank you very much for joining us for this guided walkthrough of day 7 of TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber. So if we want to be nice, we want to click on terminate machine over here, and then go back up to the top, and we're done. Okay. All right, awesome. So we're going to be doing one more day of TryHackMe. So between that took a while, but I'm going to take a little sip of water and then I'm going to continue on. Okay, let's continue. All right, so this is another guided walkthrough. This time it's going to be for day 8 of Advent of Cyber. So let's take it from the top. Let's make this a little bigger. Did I make it a little bigger? Okay. All right, so this is a guided walkthrough for day 8 of the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event. It is task number 14, and it is in the shell codes category. The title of the exercise is called Shell Codes of the World Unite. Okay, let's get started. So Glitch the hacker, clever yet distrusted, wrote a script with skills finely adjusted, shellcode magic to his home it would send, where secrets of Wereville he'd carefully penned. Glitch, a skilled but mistrusted hacker, was prepping for a tech conference. He was eager to share his shellcode script that remotely accessed his home system. As he worked, he noticed Mayor Malware's henchmen lurking nearby. They're wasting their time. I don't have anything they'd want, Glitch chuckled. He didn't realize that hidden in his home system was something they desperately sought. A research paper he wrote on Wereville's defenses, a treasure Mayor Malware was eager to obtain. Learning objectives. Grasp the fundamentals of writing shellcode. Generate shellcode for reverse shells. And execute shellcode with PowerShell. Connecting to the machine. Before moving forward, review the questions in the connection card below. So, do we need to start the attack box machine today? Yes. Do we need to start a VM today? Yes. Is there a split screen available? Yes. And am I given credentials to connect directly to the VM via RDP, VNC, or SSH? Yes. Okay, so we need to click on 2 buttons before we're able to do today's exercise. We need to click on this green start machine button over here. So let's click on that. And then let's go up to the top of the web page and click on the Start Attack Box button over here. So go ahead and click on Start Attack Box. So we're going to need both of these virtual machines to complete today's exercise. Ronan says, hey Ronan, how's it going? Just doing day 8 of TryHackMe Advent of Code. This one is on shell coding. It's actually it's kind of interesting if you're interested in getting reverse shells on Windows boxes, but it's actually kind of tricky as well. But you're welcome to chat and stick around and watch. But nice to see you here. All right, so those 2 machines are loading up. They should take about 2 minutes to load up. And let's just go down to the description here. And let's talk about shellcode. So essential terminologies. A reverse shell to his system so tight, he planned to showcase at the tech conference night. Eager to share how his shellcode could impress, he aimed to enlighten, to teach, and progress. Before we start, review some important concepts to help you better understand the upcoming content. Shellcode is an advanced topic, but knowing these foundational ideas will make the rest of the material more accessible and engaging. What is shellcode? A piece of code usually used by malicious actors doing exploits like buffer overflow attacks to inject commands into a vulnerable system, often leading to executing arbitrary commands or giving attackers control over a compromised machine. Shellcode is typically written in assembly language and delivered through various techniques, depending on the exploited vulnerability. What is PowerShell? A powerful scripting language and command line shell built into Windows for task automation and configuration management. It allows users to interact with system components and is widely used by administrators for legitimate purposes. However, attackers often use PowerShell as a post-exploitation tool because of its deep access to system resources and ability to run scripts directly in memory, avoiding disk-based detection mechanisms. Windows Defender, a built-in security feature that detects and prevents malicious scripts, including PowerShell-based attacks, by scanning code at runtime. Common bypass methods for evading Defender include obfuscating scripts to disguise malicious content, making it harder for the software to recognize known patterns. Another technique is reflective injection, where malicious code is loaded directly into memory, avoiding detection by signature-based defenses. We will cover the latter one in this task. The Windows API. The Windows Application Programming Interface, otherwise known as API, allows programs to interact with the underlying operating system, giving them access to essential system-level functions such as memory management, file operations, and networking. It serves as a bridge between the application and the operating system, enabling efficient resource handling. The Windows API is crucial because many exploitation techniques and malware rely on it to manipulate processes, allocate memory, and execute shellcodes. Common Windows API functions frequently used by malicious actors include virtual alloc, create thread, and wait for single object, which we will also use in this task for exploitation. Accessing Windows API through PowerShell reflection. Windows API via PowerShell reflection is an advanced technique that enables dynamic interaction with the Windows API from PowerShell. Instead of relying on precompiled binaries, PowerShell reflection allows attackers to call Windows API functions directly at runtime. This will enable them to manipulate low-level system processes, making it a primary tool for bypassing security mechanisms, interacting with the operating system, and executing code stealthily. Reverse shell, a type of connection in which the target, the machine that you're trying to hack, initiates a connection back to your attacking machine. In this case, your machine will be the attack box. Okay, so in the case of a reverse shell, you've got an attacker system and a victim system, and the attacker system is going to set up a listener on a specific port, for example 4444, and then once you have access to the victim system, from the victim system you will create a connection back to the attacker system from it, and it's called a reverse shell because it is not the attacker connecting to the victim, it's the victim connecting back to the attacker, which is the reverse. Generating shellcode. But Mayor Malware's minions, Sneaky and Sly, found a script and gave it a try. They tampered the code, changed port and IP, twisted his work with a sinister glee. Let's learn how to generate a shellcode to see what this looks like. To do so, we will use a tool called MSF-Venom to generate a reverse shell. In the attack box, open the terminal and enter the command, this one over here, MSF-Venom, and all this stuff over here. This is going to generate the shellcode. The output will be like the following. You are required to replace the attack box IP with the IP of the attack box. So to know the IP of the attack box, we can actually take a look. So this is the attack box over here. We're going to be using two different machines in this exercise. So over at the bottom here, there are two tabs. There's the THM attack box and there's the AOC shellcoding v5. So we can click between the two machines over here, and what we're actually going to be doing is we're going to be putting these machines in full screen in just a little bit, but before that, so you can use this tab over here to switch between the two machines inside the split screen over here. So we're just going to go back to the attack box with this tab over here. Okay, so inside the attack box here in the terminal, click into the terminal, hit enter to dismiss this screen over here, and we're going to start our terminal inside the attack box here. So the attack box has this this white Yeti creature as the desktop background. You can click on this button over here to start up the terminal. And inside the terminal here, we're going to run the MSF-Venom command. So we're just going to copy the command here all the way up until the end of the word PowerShell. copy it, and then we're going to click on this button over here, which is going to open up a little control bar. We're going to click on this clipboard over here, and then we're going to paste that command into the clipboard. After we do that, we're going to close the clipboard by clicking on this button over here. And then in the terminal, we're going to paste in the command. So, but before we run the command, we need to change out the lhost value over here. And we need to replace it with the attack box IP. The attack box IP is conveniently located over here. So in the terminal window, it's going to show you the attack box IP. In my case, it's going to be this one. Okay, so after you've replaced the IP address over here for the lhost, hit enter, and you're going to see the command come out in just a moment or two. But let's skip over here. So the above command generates a piece of shellcode using MSFNM. Here's what each part means. So this part over here, Windows x64 shell reverse TCP. The P flag tells MSFNM what type of payload to create, and this over here is the type, which is a shell reverse TCP payload. Omi-sen on Kick says, "Hey, what up, man? What up to you? To you as well, Omi-sen. We're just running through this hacking exercise over here. It's TryHackMe Advent of Cyber 2024. If you want to take a look at it yourself, you can do so over at this location right here." Omi-sen says the video is not showing. The video is not showing. Let me check. No, I see the video. I see the video just fine on my side. But welcome to the stream, Omi-sen. So we're just going to be doing a little guided walkthrough here, and after we do our guided walkthrough, we're going to do another hacking exercise. But let's continue with this exercise over here. Okay, this specifies that we want a reverse shell for a Windows machine. We've got lhost attack IP. This is the IP address of the attack box. It tells the reverse shell where to connect back to. And lport 1111. This is the port number on the machine that will listen for the reverse shell connection. When it connects back to you, it will use this port 1111 in this example. You can choose any available port, but it needs to match with what your listener is set to. And F PowerShell. Omi-sen says, it's only showing that you are offline. It's only showing that I am offline. You know, that's weird because I see my own video. I see my own stream happening on the website right now. So I'm not sure why you can't see it. Let me just type a little bit. Try reloading the page. I can see my own stream. Ronan says they can see me live. Yeah, I'm just talking with somebody who's on another service right now. And this person I'm talking with is on Kick. And actually, you know what? If you wanted to check and see if I am live on Kick, if you could let me know if you can see the video from that website, that would help me out. Okay. Maybe everything's okay now. All right. Okay. So all right. Let's continue. So the last section here is F PowerShell. This specifies the format for the output. In this case, we want the payload to be in PowerShell format so it can be executed as a script on the Windows machine. So what is the actual shellcode? The actual shellcode in the output above is the hex-encoded byte array, which starts with this over here, these hex codes over here, and so on. The hexadecimal numbers represent the instruction set on the target machine. Computers understand binaries, ones and zeros, but hex numbers are just a more human-readable version. It's not all that much more human-readable, but it is more human-readable than zeros and ones. So instead of seeing long strings of zeros and ones, you see something like 0xfc instead. So we can execute this shellcode by loading it into memory and then creating a thread for its execution. In this case, we can use PowerShell to call a few Windows APIs via the C# code. Below is a simple PowerShell script that will execute our shellcode. So you have to be careful with this because your antivirus is going to pick up this and it's going to inform you that this is malicious code, and it'll probably delete it as soon as it sees it. So that's a lot of code, but don't stress. We'll break down what it does step by step. If you're new to cybersecurity, memorizing these functions is unnecessary. Most penetration testers use pre-made or automated tools to run shellcode, so you don't need to know every technical detail to complete the job. No need to worry. So basically, what the script does is it sets up the environment where we can run our shellcode, and then we can insert the shellcode with this command over here. So we've got an explanation of the code. The script starts by defining a few C# classes. The classes use the DLL import attribute to load specific functions from the kernel 32 DLL, which is part of the Windows API. So we've got virtual lock. This function allows memory in the process's address space. It's commonly used in scenarios like this to prepare memory for storing and executing shellcode. Create thread. This function creates a new thread in the process. This thread will execute the shellcode that has been loaded into memory and wait for single object. This function pauses execution until a specific thread finishes its task. In this case, it ensures that the shellcode has completed execution. These classes are then added to the PowerShell using the add type command, allowing PowerShell to use these functions. Storing the shellcode in a byte array. Next, the script stores the shellcode in the buff variable, a byte array. In the example above, shellcode placeholder is just there to show you where you would insert the actual shellcode earlier generated through NSFvenom. Usually, you'd replace it with the real shellcode, represented as a series of hexadecimal values. These hex values are the instructions that will be executed when the shellcode runs. Allocating memory for the shellcode. The virtual lock function then allocates a block of memory where the shellcode is being stored. The script uses the following arguments. 0 for the memory address, meaning that Windows will decide where to allocate the memory. Size variable for the size of the memory block, which is determined by the length of shellcode. 0x3000 for the allocation type, which tells Windows to reserve and commit the memory. And 0x40 for memory protection. The memory is readable and executable, necessary for executing shellcode. After memory is allocated, the marshal.copy function copies the shellcode from the buff array into the allocated memory address adder, preparing it for execution. Executing the shellcode and waiting for completion. Once the shellcode is stored in the memory, the script calls the create thread function to execute the shellcode by creating a new thread. This thread is instructed to start execution from the memory address where the shellcode is located, which is the variable adder. The script then uses the wait for single object function, ensuring it waits for the shellcode execution to finish before continuing. This makes sure that the shellcode runs completely before the script ends its execution. Omisen says, I would seriously love it if you can teach me. Yeah, well, right now I'm just doing this walkthrough, but stick around, and during the next little segment after we finish this exercise from day 8 of Advent of Cyber, go ahead and you can go ahead and ask some questions in the chat. I'll try to answer the questions as best I can. And yeah, I'm here to teach people. If you want to get into hacking, if you want to get into cybersecurity, of course, I don't teach people how to do illegal stuff, so please don't ask me to teach you how to do illegal stuff. All right, so time for some action, executing the shellcode. On the attack box, execute the command nc nlvp 1111 to start a listener on port 1111 and wait for an incoming connection. The command opens port 1111 and listens for connections, allowing the attack box to receive data once a connection is made. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. On the attack box, which is over here, we're going to open up a new terminal. So inside the new terminal, we're going to run this command, which is netcat and then -nlvp 1111, which is going to start up a netcat listener on port 1111. After we execute it, we see that it is listening on port 111, and which means that it's available to receive incoming reverse shell connections. So after we do that, on the attack box, begin by navigating to the desktop, right-click on the desktop and select Create Document, and then choose Empty File. Open this new file and paste the previously provided PowerShell script code into it, looking for the part labeled shellcode placeholder, and replace it with the shellcode we previously crafted with MSF Venom. Omisun says, "I would really appreciate it if you can teach me." Yeah, no, I mean, I would be okay teaching you. Um, just just let me know what you want to learn, and specifically, and I'll try to help you out. Okay, so what we need to do here, Omisun says, "Can you add me up on Discord? Just want to be friends." Okay, so I don't have a Discord for the HackerFrogs program, but I do have a Reddit. So we've got Reddit HackerFrogs over here, and you can take a look over here, and you can send me a message over there. And if you have any questions, you can go ahead and send it to my username. So my username on there is the Shy Hat. You can go ahead and send me private messages on there. I'll try to respond as quickly as I can, but probably not too soon because I'm streaming right now. All right, so over here, what are we doing? Okay, so on the desktop, what we're going to do is we're going to click into the desktop, and then we're going to right-click on it. After we right-click on it, we can select this over here, Create Document. We can select an empty file, and then we're going to close out. We're going to minimize our terminals over here, and the new file over here, we're going to name it. So the new file, we're just going to call it script.txt, and then we're going to open it. So we're just going to open it by double-clicking on it. And what we need to do now is we need to paste in the PowerShell script. So we're just going to navigate up in the TryHackMe page, and this is the PowerShell script over here. We're just going to highlight all this all the way up until this one, wait for, and ending with this bracket over here. So copy it, and then go over to the control panel here, click into the clipboard, delete what's there, paste into the clipboard, and then click on the control bar again. And then in our script.txt file, we're going to paste in the script. Okay. And we're going to navigate down to the bottom of the script where it says buff equals shellcode placeholder. All right. So buff equals shellcode placeholder. What we're going to do is we're going to click on the terminal, which has our shellcode over here. And then right after the buff equals here, we're going to highlight all of the bytes over here. Highlight all the bytes until the last one here. Copy it. Omisun says, "I don't have Reddit, but we'll set it up now." Yeah, I'm happy to send you to have a conversation with you. Go ahead and make your Reddit account and send me a message over there. All right. So after we copy the shellcode, we need to go back to the document, and in the document here, we're going to highlight the word shellcode placeholder. And then after we do that, we're going to paste in the shellcode that we copied from the terminal. So right-click, paste. Okay, and then all the shellcode should be pasted in. All right, so we've got Yeah, so this document is now complete. We're going to save out the document. So we're just going to go to File and click on Save. Okay. So over here, once you've added the shellcode, navigate back to the attached VM, open up PowerShell, and click on the PowerShell icon in the taskbar, and paste parts of the code from the document you recently created to the Windows PowerShell window. For example, the first part to copy and paste is the block below. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy the commands from the script, and we're going to put it in the vulnerable Windows VM. But the first thing we need to do is we need to go over to this tab over here called AOC Shellcoding version 5. Click on it. So we're going to put this in its own, we're going to put this VM in its own browser tab. And we're going to do that by clicking on this button over here. So over here, there's a button called View in Full Screen at the bottom of the split screen. Go ahead and click on that. And that's going to put the Windows machine over here in its own browser tab. So after you've done that, we're going to open up PowerShell. So PowerShell, you can open it up by clicking on this button over here. So it's this blue icon at the bottom. Click on that. And that's going to open up PowerShell. So I'm going to take up this part of the screen with PowerShell. And just to make it easier for everybody to read, I'm going to change out the properties. And I'm going to make the font bigger. And make this 24. Okay. All right, so this is much bigger. And another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start up the Firefox browser because there's a problem with copying and pasting between this machine. So I'm just going to open up Firefox, and it's going to take a little bit to load up. And I'm going to use Firefox to communicate with the attacker machine, and then get the script commands that way. So we're just going to have our Firefox over here. I'm going to resize it. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the script from the attacker machine. So back at the attacker machine, which is going to be on TryHackMe THM attack box over here. So click on the THM attack box button over here. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start up another terminal. So I'm going to this terminal here. And in this terminal, I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to clear. The second thing is I'm going to move into the desktop directory where the script file is. So I'm going to move into cd /desktop. And if I take a look in this directory, we've got the script.txt file here. Let's see. So Omi-san, I'm just going to type in my username just for if you're looking for it. So that's my username on Reddit. You can search for me, and I think I've got like a black hat or something in my avatar. Anyways, okay. So now that we're in the desktop directory where the script is, we're going to set up a web server. So the web server is going to be used. We're going to use Python to set this up. So it's going to be Python 3 -m, and then it's going to be http.server, and we're going to set this up on port 443. Okay, so after we do that, we're going to access the script.txt file from the Windows machine. So we're going to go over to the tab where the Windows machine is, and we're inside the Firefox window here. We're going to reference the attack box IP. Oh, I need to get the attack box IP. So the attack box IP is 10.10 So this attack box IP is going to be different for you than it is for me, but for me it's 10.10.108.86. 10.10.108.86. We're going to prepend that with HTTP. We're going to do :443 because that's the port we're on, and then slash, and then script.txt. Hit enter. And this is the script.txt file that we created. I'm going to make this a little bigger so that we can read it. Okay. All right. So what are we doing now? We're going to be copying this script, and we're going to be running these commands on PowerShell. So what we need to do is we need to go up to the top of the script. We need to grab everything from the top of the script all the way up until before this byte array over here. So the reason why we can't paste in everything at once is because if we paste in everything at once, then Windows is going to detect the malicious code in here, and it's going to shut it down. It's going to delete everything. So so we have to do this in chunks. So we're just going to copy this chunk, and then we're going to paste it into the PowerShell over here. So just Control V to paste, and then hit enter. So that's going to run all of this code over here. After that's finished, we're going to go down here, and we're going to copy, we're going to copy all of this over here, which is the byte array with all of the shellcode. So just copy all that until the end of the shellcode, which is the X0D5. So copy all this, and then in the PowerShell window, click into it and paste, and then hit enter. So that's going to take a little bit to load into PowerShell, but in the meantime, you're going to copy the next line, and the next line is this one over here, which is intptr. Copy that, and then in PowerShell, go down. In PowerShell, paste that line, hit enter. Okay, that went through. And then we're going to paste the next 3 lines one by one. So copy this line, and then in PowerShell, paste it, hit enter. And the same for the next 2. Copy the next line, copy, paste it, hit enter. And the last line here. Copy the last line, and then in PowerShell, paste it, and then hit enter. So once you paste in and enter the last line, go over to your attack box, which is over here, and you should notice that the terminal window where you started up the netcat listener on port 1111, you now have a connection from the victim machine, which is the Windows machine. So we are now C users glitch. If you ask who am I, it will say that you're a glitch. So we've essentially gotten a reverse shell connection from using shell code that we pasted into PowerShell. Okay, so that was the goal of the exercise. So we're gonna actually do this one more time. So to do this one more time, what we're gonna do is we're going to replace the shell code. Instead of the netcat listener running on 1111, we're gonna have the netcat listener running on port 4444. So we need to modify the script a little bit. So first of all, what we need to do over here, so we've got our Windows connection. We don't need our Windows connection here. We're just going to exit. And then we can run our previous commands. Actually, we can't run our previous commands. Okay, So here, what we're going to do is we're going to set our netcat listener up on port 4444. So it's the same command, except instead of 1111, it's 4444. Hit enter, and now we have a netcat listener running on port 4444. Okay, so we're just going to put this terminal window away for now. And the other terminal window, where is it? Let's grab the other terminal window. In this terminal window, this is the one with the Python server. We're going to exit out of it. So it's Control C to exit, and then we're going to use our previous commands, and we're going to go to the nsfvenom command. So the nsfvenom command, we're going to run it again, but instead of port 1111, we're going to replace it with 4444. So we just need to go to the number and replace 1111 with 4444. After that, hit enter. It'll take a couple of seconds to run, but we're going to get our new shellcode, which is going to create a connection on this machine on port 4444. Anyways, so inside of here, after the buff equals, grab the first hex number and then go all the way down, and all the way down until the last hex number, which is 0xD5. So highlight it all and then copy it. Then go over to your script.txt file over here and highlight all of the hex code here. So the hex code here, we're going to replace it. We need to highlight it all until the very first one. So the very first one is this one, 0xFC. So after we have all of the hex code highlighted, paste in to replace it. Okay. After you've done that, we're going to save out the file again. So File, Save, and then we're going to go over to our terminal. In our terminal, here where we made our hex code, we're going to start up our Python web server again. So it's going to be, we're going to go back in our commands. We're going to run this command again, python 3-m http server 443. So run that again, and now we're serving the script.txt file again, the updated one. Let's see. Omison says, can you add me? Let's see. That's my username on Reddit. Yeah. I'll certainly add you. You sent the invite on Reddit. I can check it after the stream is over, and then I'll send you a message. Okay. All right. So we've got the HTTP server running. So over at the Windows machine, we're going to, inside of Firefox here, we're going to reload this page because we've updated the page. So we're just going to reload, and we see that the hex code over here, it changed a little bit. We're going to need to open up our PowerShell window again. So go ahead and click on the PowerShell icon again. And then let me resize this window. All right. So we need to, what we're going to do to finish the exercise is we're going to create another connection via reverse shell using the shell code and the script. So one more time, we're going to highlight this part of the script and go all the way down to before the bytecode. So right here, highlight all that, copy, and then in PowerShell paste, and then hit enter. After that, go back to the script and copy all of the bytecode over here. Copy all the way down until 0xD5. Copy all of it. And then in PowerShell, paste it in. Hit enter. And just like the other time, we're going to copy the last 4 lines one by one and then paste them into PowerShell one by one and run them. Okay, we've got our second one. Ronan says that they can copy the payload to the victim VM without Python server, but they're using their host machine. Okay, this is the method for using the attack box. But thank you very much for knowing that you can copy and paste to the Windows machine if you use your host machine. Thank you. So we've got the second to last instruction and then the last instruction. Just copy that again. And then after you execute the last instruction, go back to the attack box. And in the attack box, you should see that the terminal window where you created your netcat listener, you should have a connection from the Windows machine. And what we need to do is we need to collect the flag, and then we're finished with this exercise. So let's just go down to the bottom, and let's do this. So regaining access. Now glitch must act no time to delay to fix the shellcode and keep foes at bay. He tweaks any codes to set the wrongs right, protecting his secrets with all of his might. Let's dive into the story and troubleshoot the issue in this part of the task. Glitch has realized he's no longer receiving incoming connections from his home base. Mayor Malware's minion team seems to have tampered with his shellcode and updated both the IP and port, preventing Glitch from connecting. The correct IP for Glitch is attacker box IP, and the successful connection should be on port 4444. Can you help Glitch identify and update the shellcode with the correct IP and port to restore the connection and reclaim control? Okay, so this is what we've done. Omison says, are you on Discord? I'm not on Discord right now. I only use Reddit, so if you could send me, just send me a message on Reddit, and I should get it. Okay, so to finish the exercise, we need to go into the desktop directory. So if we do dir here, we'll see that there's a desktop directory. So we're going to cd into desktop, and we should see a flag file here. So we just need to read this flag file to complete the exercise. Type space flag.txt. Okay, so this is the flag right here. Copy it. Whoops. Copy it, and then go over to the clipboard. In the clipboard, copy it again, and then paste in the flag over here. Paste in the flag, click on submit. All right, that is the correct answer. Okay, so the last question is, are you interested in learning more about evasion? Take a look at the AV evasion shellcode room. So all we need to do is click on the complete button, and then we're done. Okay, click on that, and then the whole task turns red, so we're finished with this day. All right, thank you very much, and that was a guided walkthrough for the Advent of Cyber 2024 event, day 8, and we will see you next time. But we're not done yet. The stream is only halfway done. So what we're going to do is we're going to close out this this attack box machine, terminate the machine, and then at the top of the TryHackMe page, we're going to terminate this machine as well. Terminate the machine. Done, done, done. Okay. All right. So let's do a guided walkthrough. So let's Advent of Cyber. Well, these tasks are very educational, but they're also very very lengthy, and they're a bit tiring for me to go through. Well, I'm going to turn on some music now. Okay. So we've got some music going. Let's make it a little softer. It's a bit loud. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next activity. The next activity is going to be a walkthrough of the VulNyx machine over here. VulNyx is a website where you can download vulnerable virtual machines and deploy them to your network and then hack against them. If you're interested in taking a look at the machine for today, it's going to be this one over here, VulNyx Basic. It's a easy machine. First thing we need to do is we need to deploy this machine to our network. I've got the machine on my network. I'm just going to start it up now. And I'm going to take this opportunity to have a little drink because I've been talking a lot. Just a second. Just need to have a little sip of water. And before we get going, let's do a fun little video redeem. And this video redeem is called Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Alright, so before we get started, I started at the machine over here. This machine we're hacking against, called Basic. It lives at IP address 10.0277, so that's the IP address we're going to be hacking against. So let me put this away, and then let's get started. This is a guided walkthrough for the VulNyx Basic machine, located on vulnyx.com. And let's get started. The first thing that we need to do, the first thing we like to do when we do any CTF box like these ones on VulNyx is we like to run an Nmap scan. And the Nmap scan is basically going to let us know what ports and services are available on the machine. And of course, we need to supply the IP address. The IP address is 0277. And we can see over here that we've got a number of different arguments we're going to run with the nmap command. So first of all, we're going to run it against all ports with this argument here, -p-. We're going to run it with 4 threads, which means it's very fast, but not too fast, with -T4. We're going to run it very verbose, which means we're going to get output before the scan is finished with -VV, and we're going to run common scripts against whatever services we find with this flag here, -SC, and versioning information with -S_V. Alright, let's run the command now. Okay, so we've got 3 ports reported over here. So there's port 22, port 22, which is running the SSH service, running OpenSSH software version 8.4. The next port we see is port 80. Port 80 is running HTTP, which is the web server port. It's running Apache software, running HTTPD, version 2.4.56. Okay, so both of these, both the SSH and HTTP software is relatively up to date, which means we probably aren't going to be hacking against that software specifically. The last port we see here is port 631, which is reporting the IPP service and running CUPS version 2.3. So what is the CUPS service? Let's find out what this particular service is. So the CUPS service. The CUPS service, which stands for Common Unix Printing System, is an open source printing service that is based on IPP, which is the Internet Printing Protocol. It offers a web-based interface that allows the administration and management of printers on the network. Okay, so what we can do to access the CUPS service is we can actually use our web browser. So over in the web browser, we're going to access HTTP and then the IP address. So in this case, it's 10.0277. We're going to access port 631. So it's going to be the IP address and then colon and then 631 and then slash. We're going to see the CUPS app over here, and it's what we can do is we can do all sorts of stuff with CUPS over here. It helps us manage printers and print jobs, but more importantly, we can go over to the printers tab over here, and then we see that there is one printer attached to this network, and it's this printer over here. It's called Dimitri's printer. So the only information we really need to get from this particular page is the fact that there is a user on the system named Dimitri. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this username Dimitri, and we're going to try to brute force Dimitri's SSH login. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back, and then in another tab, what we're going to do is we're going to use the Hydra command, and we're going to try to brute force Dimitri's Dimitri. So using this Hydra command, this Hydra program, we're going to try to brute force the login for the Dimitri user using this very large password list called rockyou.txt. The rockyou.txt password list has a list of the most common 14 million passwords, and it's going to try to log in each one of those, and as the Dimitri user over here. So the last thing we need to do is we need to specify the protocol, which is SSH, and then the IP address, which is this IP address over here. Finally, what we're going to do is we're going to give it 64 threads, which means this Hydra program is going to be running very fast. I don't recommend brute forcing SSH unless you don't have anything else that you could try on the target. In our case, this is the correct course of action, but in many cases, when you brute force against SSH, you're going to get yourself locked out. But anyways, let's run this command. Okay, so brute forcing SSH is notoriously slow, so what we're going to do is we're going to wait a little while, and while we're waiting, we're going to run a fun little video. Omi-san says, "Can you add me on Discord?" Let's see. I don't add people on Discord, unfortunately, Omi-san. You can, like I said, send me an invite and a message on Reddit, and I'll get back to you over there. So I'm gonna play a little video. So I love my birds, and this is a Stellar Jay, and this Stellar Jay is just having the time of his life, gobbling up all the peanuts over here. So we're just gonna wait for the Hydra scan to come back. But in the meantime, we're gonna watch the Stellar Jay over here having some peanuts. So he's trying to figure out how to stuff the peanut in his mouth so he can grab more and fly away. But these are my favorite birds. So they look a little bit like crows. They look kind of like a cross between crows and blue jays. And let's just wait for the Stellar Jay to come back. So if anybody's wondering, this is my bird feeder. I've got it set up in my backyard. I set up a little bowl of peanuts for the birds to come and eat. It's not just Stellar Jays that come around, but they're easily my favorite birds because they're just so fun to watch, and they've got their fun little punky hairdo as well. So he runs away. I think some other birds come up along as well. So we're just waiting on our Hydra scan to come back. I'm just watching over here to see if anything shows up. Yeah, it's still going. Okay, he comes back. So I'm not sure if this is the same one or not, because they all kind of look the same to me. Anyways, the bird uncovers a few more peanuts. So what Stellar Jays do to these shelled peanuts is they shake the nuts, they shake the peanuts, and then they figure out which peanut they want based on shaking them. Okay, so the Hydra scan is done. Let me go back. All right, so the Hydra scan came back, and the Hydra brute forcing program came back, and it was able to successfully brute force into the server as the Dimitri user with this password right here, me. So this is just one of 14 million passwords in the rockyou.txt file, and it was able to determine it because Dimitri is using a weak password that can be found in a word list like this one over here. Anyways, so from here, what we can do now is we can use SSH to log in as the Dimitri user. So let's do that. SSH Dimitri at this IP address over here. We're going to remotely log in as the Dimitri user. Dimitri's password is me, and we're now in. We ask who am I? I am Dimitri, which means we have broken into the server. So whenever we break into the server, we like to put on our scary hacker voice.
Hey guys, it's me, the scary hacker voice guy. Whenever we break into a web server, scary hacker voice guy comes out, and then we laugh maniacally like an evil hacker and say, "We're in."
Alright, so now that we've broken into the server, let's figure out how to compromise the server. So compromising a server is otherwise known as gaining privilege escalation on the target. And let's take a look at what the method of privilege escalation... Actually, I think I remember what the method of privilege escalation is. First of all, let's see if we have sudo permissions on the target by using this command right here, sudo-l. So there is no sudo command on this system. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out if there are any SUID binaries on the target, and we're going to just use a find command to do that. And it's going to be like this. Okay, so when we're dealing with SUID binaries, there are some binaries that need to have the SUID bit set, which means that they can run with elevated privileges in certain situations. So sometimes the SUID binaries are configured in such a way, or that they allow people to use them to elevate their privileges. What I like to do is I like to grab all the list of the SUID binaries and copy them, and then I like to ask ChatGPT if it can find any of these SUID binaries that is out of place or not common. So over at ChatGPT, I'm just going to paste in this list of SUID binaries, and I'm going to ask the question, are any of these SUID binaries unusual? Okay. So let's see. So this is what we're looking for over here. So it says user bin env, not typically SUID on most systems. If it is, investigate why it's set. Potentially exploitable if improperly configured. Okay, so this is the binary that we're going to target to elevate our privileges on the system. So what we can do is we can go to a certain website, and the certain website is called gtfobins.github.io, and this is a website where we can search up different Linux binaries and see if they're vulnerable if misconfigured. So gtfobins, over here we're going to search for the env binary, and we're going to specify that we have SUID permissions with it. So just click on that, and it says if the binary has the SUID bit set, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be abused to access the file system, escalate or maintain privileged access, or as a SUID backdoor. Alright, so let's talk a little bit more about this binary. So privilege escalation, SUID env. The env program in Linux is used to run a command or script in a modified environment. So inside of any shell environment, you've got a bunch of different variables. If the env program is running as an SUID binary, we can run a command like the above example to gain root access. So we're going to run the command, and then we're going to open up a shell, and we're going to keep our privileges. So let's demonstrate this. So over in our system here, we're going to do env bin sh-p to keep our privileges, and then execute this command. Okay, so in the new prompt, we have an octothorpe, which is an obvious, which is an indicator that we're running as a root user. If we ask who am I, it says we are root, so we've essentially gained the highest access that we can to this system. So we can redeem this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we became root, which means we've essentially, we're very close to finishing today's exercise. So before we finish today's exercise, what we need to do is we need to go into the root directory. Summer Dante says, darn, I missed it. Nice though, booted and rooted. This is just, this is a walkthrough, so I actually did this machine a few weeks ago, so this is just me creating a little video that I can put up on YouTube. But thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante, and nice to see you here. Alright, so we're going to move into the root directory. We can see here that there is the root.txt flag. When we read this flag, we've essentially finished the exercise. But the people over at VulNyx.com have asked us not to read out these flags on live streams. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to redirect the output of catroot.txt into a file called iReadRoots.txt, and then I'm going to run md5 sum on both of those files, and we see that I was not only able to create the iReadRoot.txt file, but these two files both have the same file hash, which essentially means that I've read the file and I've completed the exercise. Alright, so thank you very much for watching this video. This was a guided walkthrough for the VulNyx.com basic machine. And thank you very much, and we will see you next time. Okay, so looks like everybody's watching ads right now. If you are on YouTube, you are not watching ads, but if you're on Twitch, you are. But just for fun, let's do another little video redeem. This one is another bird that I really like. It's called the northern flicker, and it's a woodpecker that is native to North America, or sorry, the Pacific Northwest. Alright everybody, so let's see, it looks like people are still watching ads. I'm just going to wait that out. Just a second, and we should be back. Okay, so we've just finished. Simon Dante says, just saw the saddest Subaru ad of all time. It was about pets at a shelter. That's crazy. Yeah, you know, the ads on Twitch are actually becoming more diverse over time. It used to be that you'd see the same ads over and over again, but you actually see a pretty, what is the word, diverse set of ads when you see them these days. But I'd rather not run ads on my channel, but sadly it's something you gotta do. Alright, so we just finished this machine over here. Let's close this on out. Okay, so there are two more activities we're going to be doing on today's stream. We're going to be doing the latest TryHackMe Advent of Cyber day, which is day 9 over here. We're talking about GRC. It's not going to be, it's not going to take a long time, so I'm glad about that. And then we're going to be hacking against a Windows machine. And the Windows machine that we're going to be hacking against is this one over here, which is called Always on HackMyVM.eu. Okay, so let's get started with the next the last day over here on TryHackMe, which is day 9. Let's make this a little bigger. Maybe we can make it a little bigger still. Okay, maybe that's good enough. All right, so this is a guided walkthrough for the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber 2024 event, day 9. So the topic of this room is GRC, and the title of this activity is 9 o'clock, make GRC fun, tell no one. Alright, so what's going on in today's story? McSkitty and Glitch want to hire an e-discovery company to process some forensics data for their investigation. They have invited bids from third parties for this purpose. 3 companies have bid for the project. McSkitty and Glitch now need to do a risk assessment on all 3 of these companies to identify the one with the least amount of risk so that they can move forward. All 3 companies were required to fill out a questionnaire based on which risk assessment will be done. Introduction to GRC. Governance, risk, and compliance plays a crucial role in an organization to ensure that their security practices align with their personnel, regulatory, and legal obligations. Although in general, good security practices help protect a business from suffering a breach, depending on the sector in which an organization operates, there may be external security regulations that it needs to adhere to. Let's take a look at some examples in the finance sector. Reserve bank regulations. In most countries, banks have to adhere to the security regulations set forth by the country's reserve bank. This ensures that each bank adheres to a minimum security level to protect the funds and information of their customers. SWIFT CSP. Banks use the SWIFT network to communicate with each other and send funds. After a massive bank breach resulted in a $81 million fraudulent SWIFT transfer, SWIFT created the Customer Security Program, which sets the standard of security for banks to connect to their SWIFT network. Data protection. As banks hold sensitive information about their customers, they have to adhere to security standards created by their data regulator, which is usually the Reserve Bank in most countries. When you run a large organization with multiple different teams, how do you stay on top of all these regulations and ensure that good security is applied by all the teams? This is where GRC comes in. They play a crucial role in understanding external security standards, translating them into internal standards, and then ensuring that they are applied by all teams to help reduce the organization's risk to an acceptable level. Let's take a look at the 3 functions of GRC. Governance. Governance is the function that creates the framework that an organization uses to make decisions regarding information security. Governance is the creation of an organization's security strategy, policies, standards, and practices in alignment with the organization's overall goal. Governance also defines the rules and responsibilities that everyone in the organization has to play to help ensure that these security standards are met. Risk. Risk is the function that helps identify, assess, quantify, and mitigate risks to the organization's IT assets. Risk helps the organization understand potential threats and vulnerabilities and the impact that they could have if a threat actor were to execute and exploit them. By simply turning on a computer, an organization has some level of risk of a cyber attack. The risk function is important to help reduce the overall risk to an acceptable level and develop contingency plans in the event of a cyber attack where a risk is realized. Compliance. Compliance is the function that ensures that the organization adheres to all external legal, regulatory, and industry standards. For example, adhering to the GDPR law or aligning the organization's security to an industry standard such as NIST or ISO 27001. Introduction to risk assessments. Before McSkitty and Glitch choose an e-discovery company to handle their forensics data, they need to figure out which one is the safest choice. This is where a risk assessment comes in. It's a process to identify potential problems before they can happen. Think of it as checking the weather before going on a hike. If there's a storm coming, you'd want to know ahead of time so you can either prepare or change your plans. Why are risk assessments done? Risk assessments are like a reality check for businesses. They connect cybersecurity to the bigger picture, which minimizes business risk. In other words, It's not just about securing data, but about protecting the business as a whole. Imagine if you run an online store that collects customer information like names, addresses, and credit card details. If that data gets stolen because of a weak security system, it's not just the data that's at risk. Your reputation, customer trust, and even your profits are on the line. A risk assessment could help you identify that weak point and fix it before anything went wrong. For Mosquitty and Glitch, assessing the risk of each e-discovery company helps them decide which one is less likely to have a data breach or other issues that could disrupt the investigation. Performing a risk assessment. Every business's main goal is to generate revenues and profits. For most businesses, cybersecurity does not directly contribute to revenue generation or profit maximization. Businesses decide to spend part of their hard-earned revenue on cybersecurity to avoid risk of revenue or reputation loss resulting from a cyber threat. Businesses often take these steps to achieve this goal. We will now work through the process of completing a risk register. A risk register tracks the progress of risk mitigation and all open risks. An example of such a risk register is shown in the animation below. Let's take a look at the steps required to add risks to the risk register. Identification of risks. To assess risk, we must first identify the factors that can cause revenue or reputation loss resulting from cyber threats. This exercise requires careful assessing of the attack surface of the organization and identifying which areas might be used to harm the organization. Examples of identified risk can be an unpatched web server, a high-privileged user account without proper security controls, a third-party vendor who might be infected by malware connecting to the organization's network, or a system for which support has ended by the vendor and is still in production. An organization might identify several other risks in addition to these examples. However, in addition to just identifying risks, these risks need to be quantified. After all, the likelihood of materializing a risk on a cordoned off and isolated server differs greatly from that of a public-facing server hosting a web front-end. Similarly, the impact of a risk materializing on a crown jewel, such as a main database server containing confidential information, differs greatly from that of a developmental server with dummy data. Assigning likelihood to each risk. To identify risk, we need to identify how likely or probable that the risk will materialize. We can then assign a number to quantify this likelihood. This number is often on a scale of 1 to 5. The exact scale differs from organization to organization and from framework to framework. Likelihood can also be called the probability of materialization of risk. An example scale for likelihood can be improbable, remote, occasional, probable, or frequent. It might be noticed that while we're trying to quantify the risk, we still don't define exact quantities of what constitutes several times and constitutes regular, etc. The reason is that the likelihood for a server which has had very high uptime requirements will be different from a server that is used infrequently. Therefore, the likelihood scale will differ from case to case and from asset to asset. On the flip side, we can see that this scale provides us with a very usable scale for differentiating between different probabilities of occurrence of a certain event. Assessing impact to each risk. Once we've identified the risks and likelihood of a risk, the next step is to quantify the impact this risk's materialization might have on the organization. For example, if there is a public-facing web server that is unpatched and gets breached, what will the impact be on the organization? Different organizations calculate impact in different ways. Some organizations might use the CVSS scoring to calculate the impact of a risk. Others might use their own rating derived from the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of a certain asset, and others might base it on the severity categorization of the incidents. Similar to the likelihood, we must also quantify impact, often on a scale of 1 to 5. An example scale of the impact can be based on the following definitions. So just a second, gotta turn down the music a little bit. It's a bit loud. Informational, so scale of impact can be based on the following definitions. Informational, low, medium, high, and critical. So ranging from informational, very low impact, to critical, posing an existential threat to the organization. Risk ownership. The last step to performing a risk assessment is to decide what to do with risks that were found. We can start by performing some calculations on the risk itself. The simplest calculation takes the likelihood of the risk and multiplies it with the impact to get the risk, and multiplies it with the impact of the risk to get a score. Some risk registers make use of more advanced rating systems such as DREAD. Assigning scores to the risks helps organizations prioritize which risks should be remediated first. While you may think that the simplest answer is to secure the system so that there's no risk, in real life it's not that simple. Implementing more security costs more money, and it doesn't help if we spend more money on security than what we risk losing if we leave one open to the risk. In this last step, we decide who owns the risks that were identified. These team members are responsible for performing an additional investigation into what the cost would be to close the risk versus what we could lose if the risk is realized. In the cases where the cost of security is lower, we can mitigate the risk with more security controls. However, were it higher, we can accept the risk. Accepted risk should always be documented and reviewed periodically to ensure that the cost has not changed. Internal and third-party risk assessments. Risk assessments are not just done internally in an organization, but they can also be used to assess the risk that a third party may hold to our organization. Today, it is very common to make use of third parties to outsource key functions of your business. For example, a small organization may outsource its financial division to a large auditing firm, or a large organization may outsource the development of some of its applications to a software engineering firm. However, this changes the risk as a compromise of the third party, where we may not have full control over their security, could still result in the compromise of our data or sensitive assets. As such, we need to consider the risk the third party poses to us. Why do companies do internal risk assessments? Internal risk assessments help companies understand the risks they have within their own walls. It's like taking a good look around your house to check if you have any leaks or broken windows. For example, if a company finds that its software is outdated, it can prioritize updating it to prevent potential attacks. Internal risks help identify weak spots in security, direct resources to most important areas, and stay compliant with security rules and regulations. Why do companies do risk assessments of third parties? Companies don't just assess themselves. They also need to evaluate the risks that come from working with other companies, like vendors, suppliers, and partners. This is called a third-party risk assessment, and it's important because one weak link in the chain can affect everyone. Let's make it simple. McSkitty and Glitch want to make sure whichever e-discovery company they choose won't leak or lose sensitive data. So they will be reviewing if these companies have good security measures to keep data safe, follow data protection rules, and align with security standards that McSkitty and Glitch have in place. By doing a third-party risk assessment, McSkitty and Glitch are reducing potential supply chain risks, making sure the investigation doesn't run into trouble because of a weak security link in the chain. In order to do this, McSkitty has to create a risk assessment that can be sent to potential third parties. Based on the answers provided by the third parties, McSkitty can then make an informed decision on which third party would be best. Procuring a partner. Let's put this knowledge to the test. Let's start the static site attached to this task by pressing the View Site button below. Okay. So when we do this exercise here, you will need to assess the level of risk each of the vendors pose. We sent a questionnaire to each potential third party and have received their answers. Using these answers, you will have to add new risks to the risk register, which will give an overall risk score for each third party. Once done, we can choose the third party that has the lowest risk score. Okay, so let's click on this button over here called View Site. And we've got some instructions over here. You'll be assessing 3 vendors based on their responses to security questions. For each vendor, we're going to review the vendor's response to each security question, identify potential risks based on their responses, and add them to the risk register. For each risk, provide a clear description of the risk, rate the impact from 1 to 4, where 4 is highest, and rate the likelihood from 1 to 4, where 4 is highest. The risk score is automatically calculated by multiplying impact times likelihood. The vendor risk score is the sum of all risk scores for that vendor. Your goal is to identify the vendor with the lowest total risk score. Okay, so got it. Okay, so we've got 3 vendors over here. There's Sapphire Leopard, Violet Panther, and Blue Bear. We're going to create a risk register for each one of them. So for each one of these, we have to answer these 3 questions. So we're going to click on question number 1. And it says here, question 1. Data in transit and data at rest needs to be encrypted with AES encryption as a requirement for this project. What type of AES encryption does your company use for data in transit and data at rest? So the vendor's response is none for data in transit and AES 256 for data at rest. So AES 256 is a good answer, but it's only for data at rest. So when the data is in transit, there's no encryption. So data in transit has no encryption. So it could be intercepted by malicious actors. Okay, so what is the impact level of this? So the impact level of this is very high, and the likelihood of this is also pretty high. So what we have here is a very high risk. So let's add this risk, and it says assessment needs review. Your assessment indicates significantly higher risk than expected. Okay, so we can actually we can change our answers over here. So we can edit the risk. So the impact level is very high, and it's maybe it's not as high as we like to think. Maybe it's just possible. Okay, let's try adding this risk. Good assessment. Your assessment indicates lower risk than expected. Lower risk than expected. That means that it should be impact level critical and likelihood level likely. Okay, let's add this. I guess we can't go back after this. Alright, let's go over to question 2. So question 2 is, what kind of access controls do you have to ensure data is accessed only by the authorized people? The vendor says, data can be accessed by all people on the relevant team and by global administrators. This is very bad. So, all people on the relevant team means that people that are not in charge, of looking at the data can view the data. And global administrators means that there are even more people that can access the data. So this is a very bad response. So this is a critical impact, and let's just say it's likely to occur, because the more people you have that can access the data, the more likely it could be accessed in a insecure way. So because the data can be accessed by everyone on the relevant team and by global admins, this presents an unacceptable level of access by people who should not have it. Okay, and let's add this risk. Okay, it says perfect assessment. Awesome, we got that completely right. Okay, so the next one is question 3. Question 3 is, how long do you keep client data after the case is closed? The vendor's response is less than 1 week. Okay, so that's good. That's good. So the data is not, client data is not kept for an exceptional amount of time, and that's good. So client data is not kept by the vendor for a significant amount of time. All right, so the impact level would be, it would be critical, but it's not very likely because they don't keep it for very long. So let's do critical and unlikely, add the risk. Okay, question 3, client data. All right, perfect assessment, great. Okay, so we can move on to the next vendor. So the next vendor is, so we can just complete this assessment. Click on this. Oops. We need to do for the other companies. So we're going to click on vendor number 2. What was wrong here? All risk assessments must match the expected impact and likelihood values exactly before proceeding. Oh, okay. So we need to fix up our question 1. So question 1 is, let's edit that. Okay, so question 1, we're going to change our score from critical and likely and add the risk. Now, higher risk than expected. Okay, so let's edit again. Question 1, possible, add the risk. Lower risk than expected. Okay, so I guess we need to change the change this from critical and possible to this is lower than expected. Maybe like this. Okay, now we have question 1 perfect assessment. Great. Okay, so now we're done. Now we can move on to the next company. Okay, so Violet Panther, this is a new company, and we're going to be scoring the same 3 questions. So question 1. So data in transit. Okay, they say that AS256 for data in transit and AS256 for data at rest. So if data can be read and decrypted, it would be very, very bad. Okay, so the impact level would be high, but the likelihood level is unlikely because they keep 250 encryption for data in transit and data at rest. All right, let's add this risk. Okay, perfect assessment. Next question. Question 2. Okay, what kind of access controls? Data can be accessed by all people on the relevant team. So data can be accessed by team members who should not have access to the data. So this is bad. The impact level is critical. The likelihood level, it's possible because there are more people that can look at the data than are absolutely required. So we're going to add this risk. Question 2, perfect assessment, great. Let's do question number 3. Okay, so question 3, how long do you keep client data after the case is closed? The vendor's response is 2 weeks to 1 month. This is not great. It's certainly not better than the first company, of course. This company retains client data for an extended amount of time, which creates opportunities for data theft due to breach. Okay, so this is critical impact. It's possible because they're keeping it for anywhere from 14 days to 30 days. Okay, Let's add this risk. Okay, so assessment could be improved. Your assessment indicates lower risk than expected. Okay, so I guess what they're looking for is critical impact and likely to occur. Okay, let's edit this. Edit critical likely, add risk. Okay, now we have all of our questions perfectly answered. Complete the assessment. And the last one is going to be blue bear. All right, so let's answer the same three questions. So data in transit and data at rest. AES 256 for data in transit and none for data at rest. So this means that data can be stolen from servers and instantly accessed because it is not encrypted at rest. So this is a critical impact and it is likely. So let's add this risk. Let's take a look. Significantly higher risk than expected. Okay. Maybe what they're looking for is critical and possible. Good assessment creates higher risk than expected. So maybe they're looking for high and possible. Okay, now this is correct. Question 2. Okay, what access controls do you have to ensure data is accessed only by authorized people? Data can be accessed by all people on the relevant team and global administrators. So this is also bad. So too many non-relevant people have access to the data. The data should be restricted to ensure safety. Okay, so this would be critical impact, very likely. Okay, add the risk. Higher risk than expected. Okay, so maybe what they're expecting is critical and likely. Perfect, great. Okay, so we're going to complete the assessment here. You must identify all risks. You must identify risks for all questions. We didn't we do question number 3? Let me check one more time. Question 2. Oh, okay. I thought I did question 3. How long do you keep client data after the case is closed? 2 weeks to 1 month. This is bad. So, client data should only be retained for as short a period as possible after project completion. Okay, so this is a critical impact, and people can steal the stuff. It is it's possible to happen because if anybody breaches the company within that 2 week to 1 month window, then they could steal information. So add the risk. Your assessment indicates lower risk than expected. Okay, so let's bump up the likelihood level from possible to likely. Okay, great. We're all done. Complete assessment. Review the risk scores and select the vendor with the lowest risk. Okay, so let's see. So we've got 443, 333, 344, and 344. Let's go over here. Okay. We've got our final scores over here. So we've got a total score of 25. Remember that the lower the score, the better. So 25, 23, and 30. So it has to be Violent Panther. So we just need to click on Violent Panther. You have successfully identified the vendor with the lowest risk score, and we've got a flag over here. So we're just going to copy this to the clipboard here, and we're going to close. and then we're going to complete the room. We're going to go down to the bottom, and then we're going to paste in our flag. And the second question, click on Submit. What does GRC stand for? It stands for Governance, Governments, well, let me look that up one more time. So at the beginning, it says Governments Risk Compliance. Okay. Governments Risk Compliance. Click on Submit. And then we're done. Alright, so the last thing we need to do is, if you enjoyed this task, feel free to check out the Risk Management Room. Alright, click on Complete. And we're completely finished this task. Alright, so that was the guided walkthrough for day number 9 of TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber 2024 event. And we've got many more days to go, and we'll see you next time. But that was just for the YouTube video. We're not going away just yet. We've got one more stream activity to do, and that stream activity is going to be hacking a Windows machine. So the Windows machine we're going to hack is located on HackMyVM.eu. If you want to access it, you can access it from this link over here. Okay, and so the first thing we need to do is we need to turn on the VM. So I've got the VM for my previous exercise still running over here. I'm just going to shut it down. And I'm also going to start up the new VM. So the new VM is a Windows VM. I'm going to start it up. It's going to take a little while to start up. Okay, so the Windows VM is starting up. Oh, I guess I can't use this window anymore. I'm going to create a new tab. Okay, so the first thing we need to do before we can start hacking against this machine is we need to locate the machine. So for Windows machines in particular, I like to use this tool right here. It's called ARPScan, and it's going to locate machines on the same network, according to the ARP protocol over here. So it's different from using ping packets or ICMP to locate machines, because this is a little bit more reliable than sending ping packets. Windows machines are very notorious for not responding to ICMP packets, so this is a more reliable way of locating Windows machines on your network. So we're just going to run this command against this IP range over here. I need to run it as sudo, but we locate this machine over here, and this is the IP address that we're going to be hacking against. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to run nmap. So nmap, of course, is the program that we use to identify open ports on a system. So let's just make sure that we can't send ping packets to this machine because it's a Windows machine. So we're just going to do a standard nmap scan over here. So this machine does respond to ping packets, surprisingly. Okay, so what do we see here? So we see there's a lot of common Windows ports available on the system. There's port 445, there's port 80, well, 445 is common on Windows machines. 3389, I believe, is also common on Windows machines, as well as 139 and 135. Oh, hydrate. Thank you very much, Ronan, for reminding me to have a sip of water. I'm just going to take a little sip of water while the nmap scan goes. Okay. So, other typical Windows ports that are open on this machine include these ports over here on the 40,000 range. And these ports are usually associated with the RDP service, the RPC service, rather. And this port over here, port 21, is an unusual. So port 21 is unusual on a Windows target because this is usually associated with the FTP file transfer protocol service. So we've also got 5357. I'm not too sure what this one is, but we can look this up on. We can look this up on Hacktricks, and Hacktricks is a great website for learning about different systems to hack against. So if you want to take a look at it, it's located at this website right here. And in here you can look up whatever technology you want to hack against. So, So it's port 5357. So 5357. So this is multicast DNS. I've never seen this port before. Alright. So actually, everybody, it looks like I'm going to have to take a little bio break, unfortunately. But what we're going to do is I'm just going to put up a bird video, and while I take a little washroom break. But let me choose one of the more entertaining videos. Oh, here we go. All right, so you guys can watch the birds for a little bit. I have to go use the washroom. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, everybody, we're back. All right, so let's do a little bit more investigation on this box. So let's go over to the Nmap scan. It's got a lot of information for us. So we've got port 21, which is FTP, and this is the Microsoft FTPD software. We could try doing some, we can try investigating this this FTP service to see if we can do anonymous login. And it looks like, maybe we'll investigate it manually in just a bit. Okay, so we've got port 135, which is Windows RPC. We've got NetBIOS on port 139. We've got SMB on port 445. We've got, let's see, 3389. I do believe this is LDAP, and which is the lightweight directory something something. Let me look up 3389. I just want to make sure that this is what I think it is. 3389. So this is RDP. Oh, okay. This is the main RDP service port. Oh, remote desktop protocol, right? So you could potentially log into the system through remote desktop protocol if we have credentials. Okay, so this is a pretty big pretty big find as well. All right, so let's see. We've got a certificate over here associated with RDP. Great. We have port 5357, which is what is this? Is this part of WinRM, or is that a different port? We've got an HTTP port, which is running on 8080, which is running an Apache server, interestingly enough, with version 2.4.57. Okay. Proxy might be redirecting requests. HTTP title, we are sorry. Why are you sorry? Okay, and then we have all of our PC ports over here in the 40,000 range. So we've got some scripts, NetBIOS name always PC, NetBIOS. Okay, so we ran some common scripts. We got some work groups. So we did some SMB vulnerability scans on it. Don't think we managed to find any super big vulnerabilities, but we've got Daedalus Kong is now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Daedalus Kong. Thank you very much. All right, hey, let's run a fun little redeem. This is from the Nerdcore rap song. It's called All the Things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so we might do a little more investigation on SMB. So we can investigate SMB, we can investigate FTP, we can investigate HTTP. A lot of different things we could take a look at. So first of all, let's go to another tab, and let's do the enum for Linux program, and let's see if we can. Let me double check my IP address. So the IP address is 108. Great. Okay. So the enum for Linux tool is going to let us get a lot of information about the SMB service if we manage to find a user that we can authenticate as. I think we can authenticate with the null session over here, username blank and password blank, but let's find out. Okay, so we didn't manage to access using a null session. Let's see, always PC. Okay, let's try using the guest account. So we can try accessing SMB using the guest account. Server doesn't allow session using username guest password blank. Aborting tests. Okay, so we weren't able to get any information there. Let's try using FTP. So we can just do this IP address here, and we can do FTP. So we're going to try to give anonymous as our username and the password blank. Okay, so user cannot log in. Great. That's, well, not great, but anyways, let's get out of here. Let's investigate the web server on port 8080. So there's a port. So there's a web server on port 8080. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so our site is under maintenance. Please come back again later. So, So if we take a look at this, there's nothing that we can really see here. If we take a look at the source, let's do some more web server enumeration. So what we're going to do, so first of all, I'm going to try curl, and I'm just going to see if we have any weird response from the server when we access this this on port 8080. Okay, so nothing super revealing over here. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to run Nikto. So Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner, and if there are any common vulnerabilities on this web server, Nikto will be able to find it for us. So let's just run Nikto here, and let's, in another tab, let's run another web app vulnerability tool, which is called Derb. So Derb is a very easy to use web app directory busting tool, and we just need to provide the port and IP address to be scanned. It'll try to look for some common endpoints for us. So it managed to find some stuff. Okay, so let's go back to Nikto. So Nikto says was also able to locate this admin endpoint over here, admin index.html, admin login page section found. Okay, that's good. Let's investigate this. So let's go over to back to the web server, and then we can go over to /admin. We've got a login panel over here. Okay, so first of all, let's take a look at the source code for this page to make sure that there's nothing super secret in here. Doesn't look like. Admin notes.html. That's not normal. Let's take a look at that file. Okay, so in these this looks like some sort of password. This looks like some sort of password, but it's also, it could be a password. It could also be regular base64 encoded string, so it might be a secret message. So we're gonna check by, we're gonna copy it, and then we're going to try to decode it. Okay, so we're going to paste in our base64. This looks like a base64 encoded string, but let's find out for sure. FTP user, keep going, bro. So we've got credentials for the FTP protocol here. So let's try logging into FTP. So we can just do. Actually, I'm going to keep this in my notes. Just going to copy this. I'm going to create a little notes file to keep this in. Okay. All right. So FTP, and we're going to log in as FTP user, and the password is going to be keep going, bro. 3 exclamation points. Okay. So we're now in FTP. So now that we're in FTP, let's take a look at what's in here. So there's a robots.txt file in here. So you can do ls-la as well. Sometimes there are hidden files in these FTP folders, so it's good to check. So we've got robots.txt. Another thing that we like to try is we like to try to break out of our current directory with cd ... Sometimes it works, but in this case it doesn't work. But it's always worth trying. So let's download this robots.txt file. Okay, and then get out of here. Ooh, I forgot to go into my temp directory. So I'm going to move the robots.txt file into the temp directory. I'm going to move into the temp directory and look at what's in the robots.txt file. Disallow admin secret page xxx.html. So that is obviously an endpoint we need to look at. So I'm just going to take a look at this in the web browser. In the web browser here, okay, admin secret notes, disable the firewall in Windows Defender, enable FTP and SSH, start the Apache server. So it says here start SSH. So we might be able to access SSH when we obviously can't see it from the outside, but there might be an SSH server running on the inside of this box. So start the Apache server. Don't forget to change the current password for user always. Current password is this. So there's a user named always on the box. And this is the password. This might be another base64 encoded string. So I'm just going to try decoding it. Okay, so the password right now is "you can't find me." So I'm just going to copy this. So now that we have some, these are probably, so FTP user and always are probably SMB users as well. So we can always try to, we can try to access, do SMB enumeration using these user accounts. So first of all, let's do enum for Linux. And this time we're going to supply FTP user, and the password is going to be keep going bro. And let's see if this is a valid combination for SMB. Okay, so this is a valid combination for USB. For SMB. So we're able to do enumeration using SMB because we have the FTP user. So we've got, so actually this opens up a lot of other opportunities for enumeration. So for example, let's take a look at what we found here. So we've got, we don't have any non-standard shares on this system, but that's okay. That's just fine. Let's take a look at what else So we've got some information. We got some groups. We've got some group memberships. We got some names. Okay, so the always user, the FTP user, the guest user. There's an administrator user. Okay. There's an app pool user, which is the web app user. What else do we have? Okay, so group memberships. So this is the user list over here: administrator, guest, always, FTP user. So I'm just going to add this to a list. Just so I can keep track of exactly who the users are on the system. What else do we have here? So we managed to get these groups, these users, administrator, guest, always, FTP user. Okay, that's done. All right, so what can we do? We can also see if the always user has different access. So we're going to switch from enum for Linux, and we're going to move over to using netexec. So we're going to try logging in as the always user to this IP address, and password is going to be "you can't find me." Let's see if it's been updated or not. Okay, so this password is not correct anymore. So the always user has had their password changed. Okay, so that means let's make sure that so FTP user and password, keep going, bro. Copy that. Okay, so this works. So from here, we can actually look for some users. I can't read this. I'm not sure what language this is. But we've got an administrator, always, FTP user, guest. So these are users we already knew. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add these passwords to a list. So what we could do is we could try brute forcing the always user, because the always user, we know that their password is changed from what we thought it was before, which is this one. We can try brute forcing that user's password using netexec. So we're just going to do netexec, and we're going to try brute forcing the password using rocku.txt. And we're going to brute force the always user. Okay, so to brute force, we need to give this flag over here, ignore PW decoding. Oops. Ignore PW decoding. Okay. So we're just going to do a little brute forcing attack over here. We're just going to leave this running for a little bit and see if we can brute force this user's password. If not, that's fine. Otherwise, we have some other stuff to look at it over here. The admin page. So another thing we can try is we can try to see if the admin page is going to let us log in if we use the old password. So the old password, we can try the admin endpoint. We can use the always user and the old password over here. Try to log in. It says invalid username or password. So that user, actually maybe instead of always, let's try admin with the same password. Okay, didn't work. Let's try FTP user with the FTP user's password. Okay, so this isn't working. Let's test this really quick for SQL injection. Okay, So maybe there's no SQL injection on the box, but we can try with a couple of... Okay, so that's not getting us in. All right, what can we try next? So... What? If username equals admin and password equals admin pass123, return true? Oh my god. Okay, alright, let's try that then. Jeez. What was it again? Admin pass123. Okay. Alright, we're in. We're not completely in, but we're in the web app. Admin's notes. Okay, so we've got another base64 encoded string, I think. Let's take a look at the code for this particular page. So there's nothing in the source code. Just go back and let's decode this message. Let's decode this message and see what it says. Is the same thing as... okay. Did I copy that correctly? Okay. Alright, so... that's kind of... So that just points back to the FTP user, and the FTP user points to the admin secret whatever. The admin secret page over here. Don't forget to change the current password from always. Current password is this. Current password is this. Okay, so current password is this. You know what? We could try just this and not decode it and see if it works. So if we were to try... let's stop brute forcing this password. And instead, let's try providing this password by itself. Okay, that was not the password. That's fine. Okay. So, where do we go from here? So, let's see. I'm going to start up a little file called passwords.txt. I'm going to put in the password for the always user here, this one. And I'm going to try... I guess I'll put in this one as well. Another thing we can try is, with the always user, is we can try the classic trick where the user's username is also the password. So this doesn't work. Okay. No problem. What is it decoded? I missed it. You mean... oh, okay. Let me just... So the always user's decoded password is this. And the FTP user's decoded password is this. So maybe we can try logging in as the always user to FTP. So FTP, and we'll try the always user, and we'll try the password here. Okay, login failed. Didn't work. Okay, so what else can we do? So by any chance, is the always user's password blank? Nope, it's not. What other services have we not tried? So, admin secret notes, disable the firewall in Windows Defender, enable FTP and SSH, start the Apache server. Don't forget to change the password for user always. Current password is this. Did you try the 2 password on always? Oh, well, we could try the second password as well. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. But... Let's see if we can find any other users by RID cycling. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any users. So let's go over to the netexec Bible over here, and let's look up RID brute. Enumerate users by brute forcing on the RID brute. Username, password, RID brute. Username, password, RID brute. Okay, let's try that. So we know that FTP user has this password, so we can try using it with this. Okay, so we were able to do it. So we got administrator, guest, and none. And always FTP user and remote management users. Doesn't help us too much. The guest account, Pebble, hello! Hey, nice to see you here. We're just doing a Windows machine. This is a Windows 7 machine, so we're not doing our... So we're just using basic SMB stuff, and we're not using Kerberos. Actually, you know what? Windows 7 machines can be domain joined as well, right? But in this case, it doesn't, because Kerberos isn't working, and the other stuff isn't working. Alright, nice to see you here. Alright, if you're interested in the box we're doing this one over here. Ronan says, what is none? What is none? None. SID type group. I don't think this is a valid user. I don't think this is a valid user, but I could always check really quick. This is yeah, I don't think this is real. What are we working with so far? So there's SMB, there's a server on port 8080, web server on port 8080. There's FTP on the box as well. Oh wait, I forgot to check if I could upload using FTP. I should probably do that. So FTP, let's try FTP user. And this password here. Oops. So this robots.txt, I don't think this is not web accessible. Just to make sure, let's check the web app here. Yeah, this is not a web accessible. So this directory is not web accessible, but I could always try uploading something anyways. So I'm in the temp directory. Let's move into the temp directory, and let's upload Echo. File upload. Okay, so it looks like we weren't able to upload the file, or if we were able to upload it, it didn't go to this directory. Let's see if we can access this from the server. Yeah, can't find it. Let's see if it landed in the admin directory. Nope. Okay, so let's just get out of here then. And maybe the admin user has the same password as any share with the FTP user. I don't think we had a shares with the FTP user. Let me make sure by running netexec. FTP user, and we're going to do a shares. Yeah, we don't have any shares. But let's try the administrator user with one of these recycled passwords, because we still haven't been able to use this password yet. Okay, not it. I need to take a look at, I need to do my Nmap scan again. Yeah, there was another, yeah, the always user, right. So the always user, oops, gotta keep that music going. The always user was referenced on this page over here. Don't forget to change the password for user always. Current password is this. So we managed to decode this and get a password, but the user exists, but we weren't able to use this password to log them in. So SSH, there might be a hidden service, but I'm not sure if I can see it from the outside. So first of all, always is the password. We've tried that. So username always, password always. Let's run the Nmap scan again. Did I do it here? I might have done it here. Yeah, I did my Nmap over here. Let's just save that to a file. I need to take a look at there are a lot of open ports on this system, so I need to take a look at them again and see if there are any other ports that I need to investigate. But otherwise, FTP, there might be I want to try logging in as FTP as the always user again, just to make sure. Nope. Maybe I can try using always with the FTP user's password. Also no. Okay. So Nmap hasn't come back yet. Just wait on that. I guess I could also do some I could do some GoBuster. So GoBuster, and then look in password policy. Yeah, okay, I can take a look at that. Let's 192, 168, 56, 108. And let's look inside the admin directory here. And we'll hit it with the directory lists. 1.3 medium. Let's do HTML. I don't think there is any TXT. Okay. What other file extensions? ASP, HTM. Okay, let's give this a go. What? Oh, this is on port 8080, right? Let's see. Bevel says, any domains, subdomains reference anywhere? Strange that the robots.txt is there with no website for it. That's a good point. So we're getting lots of weird stuff here. Whether or not these might be false positives, not sure. The nmap scan is still going. Did robots.txt have anything useful in it? So the robots.txt file was referencing this page over here, the admin notes. So there's this reference to SSH, so I need to double check the nmap to see if there isn't an SSH server that's running on a non-standard port. Because that is possible. And it says the Apache server. This should be the Apache server, because this it's reported that this is Apache. So I'm not sure. This isn't necessarily a clue. %33% done. Let me take a look at what's in the nmap text file right now. Voyage says, hello! What you do? What you do? Voyage, hello on YouTube. Nice to see you here. We're just doing some hacking. We're hacking against a Windows machine. It's located over at HackMyVM. If you want to take a look at it yourself, you can go to this link right here. So you got 445 20 21 3389. We've got remote desktop over here. We could potentially log into it if we had the FTP user should not have RDP access. So I'm not too sure if I should go ahead and start trying to log in as the FTP user. So some other stuff we could do is we could try to figure out if there are SMB vulnerabilities on the system, like, Eternal Blue. So we could do that with did you try the base64 password against the Always user? Yeah. I've tried using the base64 encoded password as well. Let's see. Voyage says trying to hack VMs. Yeah. So what you do on this website is you go to the website, you download a vulnerable VM, and then you deploy it to your network, and then you can start hacking against it using something like Kali Linux or something that you deploy to the same network. And that's how you do these hacking exercises. But let's see. What other ports? Okay, so we finished this one. Yeah, so let's search for some SMB vulnerabilities. God, I still remember this run as system. Such BS. Okay, so let's see. We got the FTP user. We got the password for the FTP user. And let's look for some SMB vulnerabilities. So vulnerabilities, SMB, and let's see. Okay, so we could look for what are the modules? Oh, we can list out the modules with this. Hold on. Let's do that in another tab. Voyage says, I just learned hacking like 2 weeks ago, just got the basics. How to use tools, something like that. Oh, cool. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, so if you have any questions about anything we're doing on the stream, go ahead and ask, and we'll try to explain what's going on. Okay, so let's see what modules we have for SMB for NetExec. So, let's see. So first of all, these are high privilege modules. We don't have those. We could look for Eternal Blue. So first of all, let's look for Eternal Blue. Over here. Okay, does not seem to be vulnerable. Let's check for some more SMB vulnerabilities. We've got SMB Ghost. Oh. Cerebus DedSec is raiding with the party of 27. Whoa! Thank you very much, Cerebus DedSec, for the raid. And just wanted to... Cerebus DedSec, I assume that you were doing malware analysis, as you usually do on your stream. But welcome, raiders. My name is the Shy Hat, and I do beginners hacking tutorials over on Twitch. Mostly, let's see. Cerebus DedSec was running malware analysis tool in Rust. I am not a very good developer at all, but all the power to you. All the best hackers are also coders. That's what I always say. So let's do a fun video redeem. This one is Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
We're just doing a little bit of network pen test practice over here. We've got a vulnerable box. It's a Windows box, and we're trying to run all of our SMB tools to figure out how to get in. Welcome, Raiders, and if you have any questions about anything we're doing over here, please let us know. We're usually streaming over here 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and we usually have a good mix of freeform content and walkthroughs and tutorials. Alright, so let's... So this system might be vulnerable to SMB Ghost, but I've seen a lot of false positives for SMB Ghost. I've never been able to get this to work, but it's something we need to keep track of. So I'm just going to note this down and keep going. So what are some other vulnerabilities that we could scan for? So Petit Potam, we've got Coerce, we've got Print Nightmare. Let's see. So we could also see if the target is vulnerable to any of these Coerce vulnerabilities. So these usually come back positive, but I've never been able to leverage this successfully. Cerberus Deadsec says, I remember Print Nightmare wasn't a nightmare, didn't that drop on a Friday? Was it also a Friday the 13th? Was it a Friday Print Nightmare on the 13th? Probably not on the 13th. But yeah. Let's check for Print Nightmare just for fun. So it also says vulnerable to Petit Potam and MS Even. I've never gotten these vulnerabilities to run either, but I guess in a lot of cases these are gonna come back true. Weird. Okay, the last one we're gonna check for is Print Nightmare, just in case. So over here, Print Nightmare. Copy that. Okay, so this one is probably not vulnerable to Print Nightmare. Okay, no problem. So I don't think there are any other big vulnerabilities that we need to scan for here. Scuffy, Slinky, Spooler, WebDAV. Zero logon. Oh yeah. We can check for this one as well. Yeah, okay. Let's try this one. All right. Let's check for zero logon. Okay, so error connecting, which means it's probably not a. All right, zero logon requires us to be domain connected, maybe. So that's why it doesn't work. All right, so let's see what we got so far. So we've got potentially SMB Ghost, potentially Petit Potam, and potentially MS Even. So we've got some ads going on right now. So there are ads going on Twitch. We're just gonna wait for the ads to run out on Twitch. But to everybody else, we can watch this lovely Stellar's Jay over at the Bird Feeder. So this is one of my new favorite videos. It's just the Stellar's Jay trying to be greedy and eat up as many peanuts as possible. It's just trying to find a way to fit this in its mouth before it can fly away, but it can't. Doesn't prevent it from trying though. Extremely big. Is this your bird cam? These are my bird videos. This is a camera. Yeah. Pebble says booting up the box right now to take a crack at it. You're very welcome to. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. These are my bird videos. The ads are gonna run for another 20 seconds or so. So just gonna leave the bird videos up. So this guy, I don't know why he flew back here to try to fit the peanut in his mouth again. Okay, so let's stop our break. Okay, so let's go back. So what should we do? So we could try some different SMB vulnerabilities. So SMB Ghost, I'm not too sure what SMB Ghost is, but we can do a little bit of research. So for example, here. No, here. Okay, so the RCE SMB Ghost vulnerabilities. So let's try this. This is a wrapper for the RCE SMB Ghost vulnerabilities. All credits for the working exploit to this person right here. Okay, so what do we need to... Do we need shell access to use this? Anyways, let me ask ChatGPT about SMB Ghost just to get a little bit more information about it. what is the SMB Ghost vulnerability? What access does it provide? What level of access is required to exploit it? It affects Windows 10 and Windows Server systems and was disclosed. So we're hacking against Windows 7. So maybe this is not the correct version of Windows to attack against. Okay. So it says, let's see. Exploitation, access provided. Remote code execution, exploitation of SMB Ghost allows an attacker to execute arbitrary code on the target machine remotely. This typically grants system-level privileges, giving the attacker complete control over the affected system. Local privilege escalation. Level of access required to exploit. Remote exploitation. No prior authentication or special access is required for exploitation if the SMB service is exposed to the attacker. Okay, so it's basically from 0 to root, 0 to system access. Okay, so let's ask the question, if are Windows 7 systems vulnerable to this exploit? My guess is no. So yeah, so because we're hacking against a Windows 7 target, this is not correct. So we should try something else. What else? So SMB versions. Windows 7 uses SMB version 1 or version 2, not SMB version 3, which is required by SMB Ghost. So okay. All right. So what else could we do then? Let's do. Tell me about the Petit Potam vulnerability. Does it affect Windows 7 systems? Coerce Windows servers, including command controllers, into authenticating against malicious servers using NTLM. This can lead to an NTLM relay attack. Petit Potam exploits the... Okay. Windows 7 systems are not directly affected by the Petit Potam vulnerability. The vulnerability primarily targets Windows servers, especially domain controllers. Windows 7 systems can be indirectly impacted if they interact with vulnerable systems within the same network. So the answer is no for that as well. Alright, so, well, good to know, since we don't need to start exploring those possibilities. Alright, so let's take a look back at the Nmap output over here. So these other ones, so port 80, it says, this is the Apache server. Proxy might be redirecting responses. Let me take a look at the 3389. So this is associated with RDP, but it doesn't tell me that this is a RDP. Is this actually an SSH server? Let's try. So it's, what is the address again? Let me get that IP address. Here. Okay, is this going to let me log in? It's thinking. Alright, let me take a look at what other ports are open. So there's 21, there's 135, there's 39, there's 445, 3389. Okay, so this is nmap output. What can we assume based on this output? Okay, so the nmap output provides details about an open service on port 3389, typically associated with the Remote Desk Protocol, RDP, and information about an SSL TSL certificate used for encryption. Here's what we can deduce. So port 3389 is open. Identified service is MS-WBT server, which suggests that is likely a Windows RDP server. The common name field certificate is always PC. Okay, we've got keys. We've got encryption. Okay. So this is probably indeed a RDP server. We tried to we tried to connect to it by SSH over here. Yeah, it couldn't go through. So what about this one? What about this port? Okay, so HTTP API 2.0, right? Service might be functional, but currently it is a Windows service. What does port 5357 usually indicate? So web services for devices, WSD, part of Microsoft's implementation of device profile for web services. Plug and play, right? So what other ports are available? So port 8080, right? We've been investigating this. Let's look for other SMB vulns using nmap. So nmap. Nmap scripts. Okay, thank you very much for the follow, Enderlol. Enderlol, thank you very much for following. You're now a HackerFrog. Okay, so let's celebrate by doing a fun video redeem. This one is more of my favorite bird, the Stellar's Jay. And we need to... Where's the IP address? Here we go. Okay, let's see if we can find some SMB vulnerabilities. False. Access denied. Okay, so I guess not. Not in this case. What? What is this weird stuff? Anyways, it all came back 403, so maybe nothing we need to concern ourselves with. Maybe these are a lot of false positives. We only got a couple of actual hits. Index. Let's try looking inside another directory. So we're just going to look inside the web root in this case. Okay, we'll just leave this running for a little bit. Okay, so maybe we can go back to SMB. We can go back to trying to brute force the Always user. So we'll just leave it running in the background for a bit longer this time. Whoops, we need to run it with this. Little brute forcing never hurt anybody? Okay. Oh, this is going way slower than it was before. Alright. Admin secret page. So we accessed that and we were able to get the Pebble says, did you find something, Pebble? It sounds like you found something. Was it super obvious and super easy? Ronan says, Redup say there may be a problem with the box. No. Am I testing a broken box? That sucks. Okay. Okay. You have to manually log into the box like local login. You mean... Wait, I've got the box over here. You mean log into this? Log into this box? I have to log into this box? That seems, Wait. Could we try... Wait, so RDP doesn't work? So if we tried RDP, it's not gonna work? Let me get a cheat sheet for free RDP. It only works locally. It only works locally? Yeah, that does sound kind of silly. Let's see if I can full screen this. Okay, this doesn't look very man. So if I were to do, I don't know what language is this. Can anybody identify this language? I remember somebody saying that this looked like Turkish to them, but I can't identify it. Oh, I need to type in the password, right? Let's see. Well, this user's password isn't working. Could I log in as FTP user and go for I can't read this message. I don't think I can. Oh wait, maybe I can try the FTP user with the other user's password. Well, I still don't know what the I still don't know what the correct credentials are. Okay, so I think I might look at this box a little bit more later, but the write-ups say it should work for FTP user. Man, okay, well. So let's go back. FTP user. Is his password keep going, bro? Or is it you can't find me? Huh. It's just, I don't know, broken, I don't know, bad box. Bad box. Yeah, maybe. I guess I shouldn't trust. Yeah, well, the SMB, we're able to get access by FTP user as SMB, and the SMB password should be the same. It should be the same. I'm not sure why it isn't working. Yeah, it just doesn't want to let me log in. Oh, maybe my keyboard has to be in Turkish. Let's see. Is there an on-screen keyboard? I can't read any of this. I think there's a software keyboard. Soft keyboard. Okay, so the password is shift keep going BRO and 3 exclamation points. I wasn't typing. Click top left. Click top left. Am I in? No, that was another invalid password. Man. I'm having no luck. Top left button. Top left button. This one? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, okay. So let's try. Thank you very much. Thank you. Alright, now we're logged in. I can't read any of this. I'm just gonna say yes. This is, so what does this machine assume? It assumes that you have physical access to the machine. So now that we have physical access to the machine, I think what we can do is we have to use run as, I think. No. The name of this box is always, which means always run elevated something something, right? So I'm gonna put this away for a little bit. Actually, I should probably start up a terminal. So CMD. I could also do something like PowerShell. Maybe we can make this a bit bigger too. This is all going to be in some foreign language I can't read. Font. This is a challenge. So this is this font? Okay, let's do 24-point font. Okay, all right. So now we've got a shell. And what do we do inside this shell? Okay, so let me ask. So does anybody in chat remember how to do always run elevated privilege escalation on Windows? Explain the method of privilege escalation on Windows systems. Pebble says it's a reg key value. WinPeas catches it though. Always run elevated method of privilege escalation exploits the fact that certain executables on processes on Windows systems can be configured to run with elevated privilege automatically without requiring the user to approve the elevation through the UAC. If misconfigured or exploited, this can allow an attacker to escalate privileges on a higher level, such as administrator or system level. Okay. So registry key for always elevated. So the setting for whether a system should always run elevated is stored in the Windows registry. Okay. So if a malicious actor can modify this registry key, they can set their own application to run elevated by adding an entry like this over here. Executable hijacking. Some executables are designed to run elevated automatically. Attackers can replace or hijack these executables to run their malicious code. So identify programs that always run elevated, using tools like WMIC, or manually inspect the registry and system policies. Replace or manipulate the program, trigger the execution. So an attacker might add a registry like this, that marks malicious app.exe to always run as an administrator. Hijacking a trusted binary. Execution. When the marked binary is executed, it runs with elevated privileges without requiring an UAC prompt, granting the attacker higher level access. So, restrict registry access. Okay, so if I wanted to That's not right? Okay. What command can I run to detect potential programs that always run as with elevated permissions? You know what? Maybe I should be looking at hack tricks right now. Detecting programs that are configured to run always run elevated. Run the following PowerShell command. Okay. Pebble says it is about installing MSIs if always install elevated is always install elevated. Oh, okay. It will install its system. MSFNM can generate a malicious MSI file. Okay, okay. If you have Pebble, if you have a link for an article or something, that'd be appreciated. Otherwise, I could probably look it up on Hacktricks. It's probably on Hacktricks, yeah. Always install elevated. Okay, okay. So let's take a look at this entry. So if these two registers are enabled, value is 0x1, then users of any privilege can install, execute MSI files as NT authority system. So let's check this. And go over to our Windows system here. Oh, I can't paste. Damn it. Can I set up the drag and drop, the shared clipboard? Shared clipboard should be bidirectional, but this isn't working bidirectional. Yeah, let's just try typing it in manually. So what is this thing? I hate typing these long things manually, but reg query HKCU software policies Microsoft. Oh, is this what the oh, Jesus. Whoa, the keyboard is wild. I can't type properly. I can't type normally. I need to set, oh man. Turkish keyboard GG. Maybe I can change it over to English. Okay. Yeah, I can change it over to English. Okay. Okay, great. I thought, man, all this this box has been killing me. This is killing me. Okay. Okay, no spelling mistakes. Okay, so this is set to 01, which is what we want. And the next one is the same one but for HKLM. So go back here, HKLM. This is also 01. Okay, so we've verified the vulnerability. Alright, so Metasploit payloads. So we've got this Metasploit payload here. If you have an interpreter session, you can automatically automate this technique using the module always install elevated. Use the write-up add MSI command from PowerUp to create inside the current directory a Windows MSI binary to evaluate privileges. This script writes out a precompiled MSI installer that prompts for user group addition. So you need access. Just execute the created binary to escalate privileges. So PowerUp is a big script, right? So PowerUp, PowerShell. I guess it would be on GitHub. PowerSploit, Privask, PowerUp, PS1. Okay, let's take a look at this GitHub page. So this is PowerUp.ps1. Let's copy all this stuff. So I think we can upload this to the system by using the box's web browser. So let's create the file. And then let's host this on a web server. And then let's get and stop this. Let's get our IP address. So our IP address on this network is this over here. Copy that. Then I wonder if this is going to get detected. So the Windows Defender has been disabled on this box. I'm pretty sure the administrator notes indicated that. So let's go over to the local machine. Open up their Windows Internet Explorer. Oh geez, what am I supposed to answer? Just X out. So let's see if it can communicate with my bot. Oh geez, it switched back to Turkish. What is my IP address? What is my IP address? My IP address is 192.168.56.103. 192.168.56.103. And we're looking for PowerUp.ps1. Which one is yes? Okay. So does this... So this is in Notepad now. This was not saved as a PS1 file. Hold on. Yeah, this should... It opened... I think it opened it as a text file, as a regular text file. Yeah, so it managed to download it, but it's not interpreting it as maybe I need to open up PowerShell. Where's my box? Here it is. Okay, so now that we have this, I guess we can save it. Which one is save? This is save. Okay. So let's... This should be in the download directory. I can't even read what the download directory is. Is it here? Nope. This is documents? Oh, which one is download? Program files. Jeez. CD users. Is it in public? Downloads? Nope, it's not in public. So I am FTP user. Is it in FTP users downloads directory? Nope, it's not there either. Did it get deleted? Okay, maybe what I should do is I should just use MSFNM. So I'm gonna try creating the MSFNM binary by... Where's the hack tricks? Not this. Hack tricks. Nope. Here? Okay. So Metasploit payloads. So MSFNM. So rotten admin is what I would try to do. Okay. So what does this MSFNM payload do? It creates a user named rotten admin, I guess with admin privileges. What does it do? Anyways, let's try running this on Kali. Okay. So Windows add user. User is going to be rotten admin with password 123. And this is going to be an MSI file that does that. So we're going to run MSFNM. It's going to create the this MSI file. Okay, so I'm not sure whether or not this this system is a 64-bit system or an 80 or a 32-bit system. We can check by doing system information. Oh, jeez. System info. It's all in Turkish. Okay, so one of these settings should tell us if we're dealing with the 64-bit system or not. I'm pretty sure... I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters as far as program execution is concerned. So let's download the malicious MSI file. So back over at here. Close this. Okay, so what was it? Switch back to Turkish. Man, this is what happens when you start hacking into foreign systems, foreign country systems. You have to know how to speak the language, otherwise you're at a very big disadvantage. Okay. That's the IP address, and we're looking at all this file, right? Let's try downloading it. We weren't able to find it. Let me look at this one more time. Oh, wait. Did I forget to stand up my... No, the server's still up. allwe.msi. Yeah, the file's here. allwe.msi. Did I misspell my... Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I put down the wrong IP address. So I'm at 103. Okay. So yes, download. Yes, download, right? Save this as a... Let's save this on the desktop. Oh God, which one is desktop? Let's just save it in the FT user. Okay. So this is saved now. I think this is open. So we're going to try opening it. No, that was not open. Let's try accessing this from... Windows. Where's the users? C... I'm so lost. Okay. There it is. There it is. So run it. No? Run it? Okay. There's a problem with this Windows installer package. A script is required for this install to complete. Could not be run. Contact your system support personnel or package vendor. Huh. It didn't work. What was the other payload? Let me take a look at the other payload for always install elevated. May still have worked. Net user? Yeah, no, a new user wasn't created. Okay, so let's take a look at the other... So this other one says, using this MSI exec, the UAC won't be prompted. Right. Okay, so this other one also... Wait, how is this different? So this one is no UAC, and this one... I'm not sure how this one is different. No UAC format. Let's try this other payload. Okay. And let's call this always.msi. Okay, we've created it, and now we can try to download it via the web browser. So we say yes. We say yes. And we're going to save it in the same directory, I guess. Okay, it was saved. Alright, let's try running it. Okay, there is also a problem with this one. Let's see. In my notes, I have MSI exec, MSI file. I don't know if it's gonna work. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. So first of all, I'll try to see if the user was created. No, wait, it was the user was created. Okay. So if the user was created, I'm going to log out, and then I'm going to try logging in as the rotten admin. So I'm just going to log out. Which one is log out? Which one logs me out? If I switch to English, is it going to switch everything else to English? No, it's still not going to. Okay, I think this shut it down. Oh, that shuts down the computer. That's fine. I can restart the computer after. Okay, I'm gonna restart the virtual machine. This has been a weird system. But if I'm able to compromise this, I guess it's gonna be okay. Rotten admin is here. The password was, what was the password? Let me look it up. Password 123 exclamation point. I need to change this to English. P get me out of here. Okay. Log me in. Give me my cmd.exe. Okay. What? Who am I is not a... Oh, let me change my... Okay, so what was it? Who am I? Who am I group? Anyway, let's see if we can read the flag. So we're just going to go into C users administrator, and then we're going to read the wait. Oh, the desktop, right? We have to go to the desktop.
I'm system root.
Thank you very much for the redeem, Pebble. Okay, so let's type this out. Bam, done. Well, thank you very much for helping out, everybody. It was quite the wild ride, but we managed to get there eventually. Anyways, it is past my dinner time, so I really need to get going. But thank you very much for sticking with me on this hacking journey over here. Let's figure out who's streaming right now. I'm the only one streaming right now. If anybody has a suggestion for who to rate on Twitch, go ahead and let us know. Otherwise, let's see who's streaming right now. The science people, they're always streaming. You know what? I've got a friend who does coding on Twitch, and she's actually a lot of fun. And I wouldn't mind giving her a raid. Her name is SnowX Cones, and if you're interested in coding, she's doing Advent of Code. content right now. So let's give her a raid. But before we go, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
Everybody, when you arrive on SnowXCone's channel, if you could type out this message, hip hop hack with the OS frog, that would be very much appreciated. But have fun over there. We're going to be back on Wednesday, and hopefully we're going to be doing some more hacking. Everybody have a great rest of the week. We will see you next time. Please type out the raid message, hip hop hack, when you arrive on SnowXCone's channel. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
Don't know that they know that I stream, you know? It's always my fear, so. Hot! Oh my god, hello, hello! My favorite hip-hop hack. Yes, hello, froggy hackers. Hi, thank you for the raid, I really appreciate it. You got this, you're gorgeous, you're unique, you're one of a kind, smile more. This was your once-a-year drive-by compliment.